think it's time to go.
From the hills and hollers of southern Indiana to the Lone Star State of Texas, we are the hunters of the paranormal. Truth seekers, mount up.
Howdy, Truth Seekers. We're back again, and we have Preston Denett with us again. He's the author of a new book out called Symmetry, A True UFO Adventure. And he's going to talk to us tonight about UFOs and USOs and just whatever we can get into, guys. Give a warm welcome to Preston Denett. And how you doing, Preston?
Doing good. Yeah, it's quite hot here in California. I think we're going to reach 100 degrees today, but can't complain. It's hot all over the world.
Yes, sir. Do you have your AC on, or you having any rolling blackouts? I know some places are having blackouts.
Yeah, I actually just turned it off because it's a little bit noisy, but we should be good.
We're going to sweat through this one. Sorry, Preston.
It's all good.
Awesome. So how's your new book going, Preston? Doing good?
Yeah, I'm really happy about it, actually. It reached #1 on the Amazon UFO charts more than once, a couple of times.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Still in the top 100. Can't complain. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. It's book number 29. Eesh.
Oh, my goodness. What? How long did it take you to write that book, Preston?
Well, I first started talking with the main witness, Dolly Safran, back in 2016. So the interviews started, back then, and she made it clear she wanted to have a book out about her experiences. But it took. This was one of the harder books I've had to write because it's a lifetime of a person's experiences. After doing all the interviews, I'd say it took a good year. Yeah.
Wow. Do you have to coordinate it with the person that you're writing the book with? I mean, you've got to get all your information, and do they say no, it's not that way? And you know what I'm saying? Is there little conflicts that go on between writing it and eyewitness accounts sometimes?
Yeah. I'm not sure I'd call it conflicts, but clearing things up, because I put it all together and I sent it straight over to her. I'm like, okay, is this accurate? And she said, well, no, this part isn't. We didn't have a 2-story house. I kept saying she went downstairs. No, it was just little things like that.
That's cool.
But yeah, it was nice to be able to send it over to her and make sure everything is correct. But it's a lifetime of encounters, so it was really hard to fit all of it in, and there's still a lot, I'm sure, that was left unexplored.
Is it still ongoing, the encounter? Is she still having?
Yes, it's definitely still ongoing. She's in her 60s now. It started when she was just a little baby. So absolutely, yeah, still ongoing.
Oh my, that's amazing. I can't wait to get the book. I haven't gotten it yet, and I'm sorry, but I'm excited about it. I want to get it and read it.
Me too. I feel bad. I'm still working on the YouTube videos, but I'm getting there.
Hey, I get it. There's a lot of information out there. It's hard to keep up.
Is it available in paperback and ebook format?
Yes, absolutely. I'm trying to get it on Audible. Haven't done that quite yet, because some people just prefer to listen to it while driving or working or whatever.
Oh, that'd be awesome. I'd like that. So where would you like to go, Preston? Do you want to talk about the USOs, or just whatever you want to talk about? Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it would be fun to talk about USOs. There's been a lot of attention about unidentified submersible objects recently, and throughout history, this aspect of ufology has really not gotten a lot of attention really at all. But now, yeah, recently a lot of TV shows are covering it. I put a book out about this a while back, a year or two ago, called Undersea UFO Base, which has brought a lot of attention to this subject, I hope, and brought some new reports in. And yeah, I've got a lot to say about USOs.
Awesome. Wherever you want to take us, we're game to go. Shag Harbor. Do you have any information on Shag Harbor incident, Preston?
Not anything that's not already out there in the
Okay.
media. I do have the book on the case. It's one of my favorite USO incidents. Very widely viewed. When this object comes down and stays there for, I believe it was 3 days. It's a very well verified event. I mean, there are government documents that mention this. Dozens upon dozens of witnesses. There's a book on the case. Yeah, it's one of my favorite USO incidents, but it's not one that I've personally investigated.
Is there a famous case from Japan that where the like one washed ashore, like a UFO washed ashore, and a woman occupant got out? Do you know what I'm talking about, Preston?
I do. Yeah, I think that's a historical case, meaning, occurred many decades ago. I don't know a whole lot about it, to be honest, but I am aware of it. I've investigated a lot of cases personally. I think probably my favorite USO case that I've personally investigated was unpublished, completely unknown. I was contacted by a gentleman by the name of Ray Sachs, who was in the Navy. As a very young man, he was put on a submarine and jumped around from various subs until he was put on the USS Clamagore. And he said he never had any incidents that were at all strange until getting assigned to the Clamagore. And he says that in 1971, he was an electrician's mate and was put on watch duty one evening. And they were traveling up the eastern coastline. They were on the surface of the ocean at night, moving at about 12 knots. He was on deck with another petty officer. Also, the commander was up on deck, as well as the second in command. And they're just moving along, and without warning, a USO shows up coming from the stern behind them and zooms in. He estimates at about 100 knots. So that's pretty fast. We don't have anything officially, right, that can move that fast. So this thing comes right up next to the submarine. And if you know anything about submarines and really ships in general, nothing can come that close. I mean, if you get within a quarter mile of another seagoing craft, this is very dangerous. And they just don't do it. It's too dangerous, could cause a collision. But this thing comes up right alongside it, and it's huge. It's bright. It's underwater. Just a huge, bright white light. Ray Sachs, the guy interviewed, says he couldn't say how large it was, but maybe 50, 100 feet in diameter, just judging on this light. And the commander immediately talks to Ray, saying, what did the sonar guys see? Because Ray Sachs was in touch with the sonar people below deck, and they didn't see anything. This did not appear on sonar. There was no noise, right? Very strange. And he jokes to the captain or the commander, maybe it's Captain Nemo, which the commander did not find funny. And this thing just paced the Clamagore for a good 15 minutes. And all four of them who were on deck could not identify this thing. And one by one, the higher ranking officers came up on deck because they wanted to look at it. They wanted to see what this was. Meanwhile, Ray Sachs and the other petty officer are just chattering, going, oh my God, what is this thing? Look at it. Is it a UFO, USO? The second in command tells them to shut up, stop talking about this, and you are not to talk about this. And so they kind of quieted down. And after 15 minutes, this thing darts off in another direction at about 80 knots, a little less speed, but still faster than anything we have. And this is where I thought it got really interesting, because the second in command turns to Commander Boyne, that's the commander, and says, "Sir, how would you like me to record this in the log?" Because, of course, every incident that's at all unusual is recorded in the log. But not this, because Commander Boyne turns to the second in command and says, pretty much, this is word for word according to Ray Sachs, "Officers who report this kind of incident do not move up in rank." So,
Wow.
right? This incident was not put in the logbook. And I was talking about this on another show, and there was a Navy guy who called in and says, "Yep, had the same sort of thing happened. These incidents are not recorded in the logbook." I have to believe, and I really suspect, that the commander did tell his superiors, back in the Navy, about this incident, but no, was not recorded. So it's pretty clear to me the vast majority of cases go unreported, and the ones that we do hear about are only the tip of the iceberg. And I think probably what's going on here is the Clamagore, which was not known at that time in 1971, was in fact carrying nuclear-tipped torpedoes.
Oh, wow.
Right? And
Yeah.
if you know about UFOs, they are very much drawn to anything involving nuclear materials. Got a lot of cases like that. So that, yeah, that is probably one of the most important, I think, or profound USO cases I've had the opportunity to look into.
Isn't it amazing, Preston, how, like you said, those like different nuclear bases and facilities, how they've had UFO sightings, and they come in and they shut things down, like shut the power off, and everything goes crazy. It's almost like they come in and tell us that they're really the ones in control.
Exactly. And in fact, I asked Ray Sachs, anything else unusual happen? He's like, well, actually, yeah. They were booking along on the submarine when suddenly the power went completely out. Their entire systems failed. And they have backups, of course, and backups to the backups. This should not be able to happen, and yet it did. And they could not, point to a USO next to them or anything that caused this.
Mm-hmm.
But it was absolutely unexplained, should not happen. And given that he's been on other subs where nothing weird happened, to have multiple incidents on the Clamagore, I think is very telling.
I have a friend that was on the U.S. Nimitz, and his ship got shut down for 2 days out on the ocean. They power got knocked out on their ship, and he stayed up for 2 days straight working on trying to get the electric up. And he showed me a certificate that he got from like the or an award, like a presidential award, where he got the ship back up and running. But he said it was out for 2 days. They didn't know why, but he said they were panicking, like they couldn't figure out what was going on. So that's there's something knocking out their power.
Yeah, I think I can only imagine how this must feel to the superiors, as from a military perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, that's got to be considered somewhat of a threat. But honestly, I don't think it is. I think this is actually a clear warning, a message.
Mm-hmm.
We see this in case after case. Probably the most famous is the Malmstrom incident in 1967, where UFOs showed up over this air base in Montana and shut down the nuclear-tipped intercontinental ballistic missiles. A bunch of them, and they are all on separate systems. And I was able to talk to a first-hand witness. Captain Robert Salas is the one who went public with it, and heroically, and brought out a number of other witnesses. But I found one guy, he contacted me actually, He had contacted a number of researchers who did not follow up. But I did. His name is Mel Hansen, and he was there. It was amazing. He said that he actually, Robert Salas, Captain Salas, did not see the actual UFOs. Some, guards did, and there's other witnesses. But the guy I interviewed, who did, work on maintaining these missile sites, was topside when it happened. He was the crew chief of a maintenance crew, and his partners were below, doing routine maintenance on one of these sites. And he was standing outside, or in a Jeep actually, when this UFO showed up. It was a very quiet night, and he didn't notice anything at first until suddenly it became completely quiet. And looking up over this missile, the stars were completely occluded, blocked out by a very large object. And he couldn't tell quite how high up it was or how large, but it was low, blocking out a lot of the stars, and suddenly shut down the missile completely. And these, of course, have fail safes, and it went immediately back up online with the generator. And the generator then cut out.
Oh, wow.
And it went back up online again with battery power. And then the battery power cut out. So both fail safes, failed. And this missile was offline for nearly a day. And he, of course, reported it to the Malmstrom Base Central. And these various sites are quite distant from each other. And it took the security crews like 40 minutes or so to drive out there. And he was ordered to stay in his Jeep and not get out. But of course, he did get out. He wanted to get a closer look at this thing. But he says at some point it moved off. The security people came, ordered them not to talk about it. He was brought back to base, was given a whole debriefing the next morning, and told again never to breathe a word about this, not to your spouse, not to your partners, to nobody. And he pretty much obeyed, except for his best friend was one of the crew members there, and they would occasionally talk about it. And he didn't tell anybody for years and years and years until watching, I think it was Unsolved Mysteries on TV, and this incident came up. Robert Salas had gone public and was talking about it. And he's an elderly guy. He's like, wanted to do his part for disclosure. He's like, well, if Robert Salas is talking, I'm going to talk too. And that's how he reached out to me.
Did he have any description of what the ship looked like? Did he get to see any, like details of it, or did he describe any of that to you?
No, not really. He could see that it was large and appeared to be circular, though he couldn't even be completely sure about that because it was really just a shadow that he saw. There were no lights on it. Other people, at the base, there were multiple objects. One officer, a guard at the base, described that these objects were bright red glowing objects hovering right over the gate.
Oh, wow.
So very low level. There are various descriptions, which is not unusual in these cases. But yeah, apparently there were multiple objects, but this one was just a dark, solid mass, no lights on it, completely silent. And as near as he could tell, a couple of 100 feet overhead.
Have you heard recently, Preston, about the what was the lights over Arizona? The
Phoenix lights.
The Phoenix lights. Somebody, I saw a video here recently where this guy is claiming that what people saw was it was the first public, first public use of a hologram that the military used to try to trick the public. Have you ever heard anything like that?
I sure have. And I think this is a theory we can't completely discount. And I think it's probably going to gain in popularity a little bit. I do know a contactee who was told that this was, in fact, not a craft. It was a hologram. And
I'm not by no means trying to discredit the UFO thing because I've seen stuff myself, but I think that's some pretty scary technology if they have that capability to make it look like it's actually real.
Yeah, there was a researcher who wrote an article in the MUFON Journal putting forth that theory, and others, discounted it or tried to debunk it. But if you look at what we can do, I mean, there's stuff on the internet, you can look this up, where there are holograms of whales flying, jumping out of the water, and you can see it in a high school gymnasium. It looks real.
Yes, I've seen that footage.
And if they can do that, and they're showing that publicly, I mean, we've all probably been to a laserium and seen laser shows, and it's very impressive. So I'm not going to completely discount this theory, because there are some people, some witnesses to the Phoenix Lights, who said that this thing was transparent, see-through. They could see stars behind it. Some felt it was solid. I don't know. It's it's very hard to say conclusively what this was. I don't think it was a government test craft, like the TR-3B or anything. It was quite large, but a craft of that size to be that low, you would think you'd have more electromagnetic effects.
Absolutely.
Which were not reported.
Yeah, no power outages or anything like that.
But yeah, I know this was seen not only in Arizona, but in other, or not only in Phoenix, but other cities, Wickenburg and Page, and other cities outside of Phoenix, and I believe in Nevada as well. So if this was, in fact, a government test with using very advanced laser technology, they really worked hard at it.
Yeah.
But yeah, hearing from this contactee who was told this really made me take a second look at that theory.
That's amazing. And a contactee would even mention, have knowledge of it. That's amazing.
Wow.
I came across some stuff a long time ago. This guy was telling about the different technologies that they had, and like in the military, and he said that in the 60s that he described seeing holographic television that projected holograms, and he kept waiting and waiting and waiting for that technology to come out, and it never come out. And he said that basically they had technology better than the plasma TVs and all the stuff that we have now, like the 4D or whatever. But the way he described that technology then was better than what we have now. But they still haven't released it.
Yeah, I've heard that many times. I think that's pretty well accepted among UFO researchers, and for that matter, people who specialize in technology, that what we see publicly is 50 years behind what we have privately, particularly in the military. There was a guy who worked at my office who, was in the Army, and he was a member of a tank crew. And he said going inside just the tank, it just blew his mind, the technology that he saw there, which he couldn't talk about. He was, had an NDA.
Darn it.
But he said it's far more advanced. Yeah, it's far more advanced than what most people realize. And he is just, a petty soldier.
Wow.
So I am absolutely.
Well, yeah, if you think about it, you don't see it. You don't see any footage of I haven't anyway, of the inside of one, or like in video games. If you notice, they don't really show the real deal of what's going on with that.
Yeah, it's pretty clear. I would love to see some of this technology. I know we have it. There's a so-called Blue Room at Wright-Patterson, which is where a lot of this ET technology is being held. And it's become quite well known within the UFO community. This is at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, where we do foreign technology studies, which includes apparently UFO technology. And I know Senator Barry Goldwater from Arizona years ago heard about this and tried very hard to get access to it. and was told flat out, no, you are not qualified to be in the loop. So this is, something that even people in very high levels of government, all the way up to, presidents, I think, are not getting access to.
Getting back to the USO stuff, Preston, what do you think about underwater civilizations and maybe possibly inner Earth civilizations using the waterways to travel to and from?
Yeah, well, I think there's something to it. As far as a hollow Earth, I think science is pretty well established that our planet does have a molten core. So I don't think the hollow Earth, like a gumball or something, our theory holds water. But if you look into it, the Earth is filled with caverns, and the idea that there are large unexplored areas beneath our crust is, I think, pretty obvious. And I think there's been a lot of talk about various ET bases in areas around our planet. I know Mount Shasta is often mentioned. And when I started doing research into USOs, really almost immediately off the coast of Southern California here, started to get a lot of reports right in the Santa Catalina, San Pedro channel, which is a pretty deep area, up to a mile deep in parts, generally,
Wow.
2,000 to 3,000 feet, but, almost 5,000 feet in a lot of areas. And I've talked to a lot of people. I mean, there was one guy who was a submarine navigator who had a USO encounter in this area. And he described, there's a very deep trench, plenty of places to hide. I was contacted by one guy, a whistleblower, who's been in touch with me for years and years and years. And he'd often point me in directions that he thought I needed to look a little deeper into. And when he heard about my USO research into this area, he said, you know about the tunnels, right? I'm like, what do you mean? And this is something I've since heard from other sources. He said that there are underground tunnels that lead basically from Area 51 in Nevada all the way to Edwards Air Force Base in Southern California, in the high desert there, which is above LA, all the way into the Santa Catalina Channel. And these are huge tunnels, he said, were big enough where two submarines could go side by side.
Oh, wow.
And this has come out from other sources. And this might explain some things, because there are cases there involving not one or two USOs, or even 10 or 20, but we're talking 50. And actually, there's 3 or 4 cases involving over 100 objects. So if there's not, a base down there, there's a parking lot, or maybe they're coming out of Area 51, or I don't know.
Wow.
But that area is incredibly active for USOs. And I started charting them on a little map, right?
Uh-huh.
And I put them all these little dots on. I'm like, here's where someone saw a UFO. Here's where someone saw a USO. And I kind of combined them. And they all kind of cluster up in the Santa Catalina Channel. And one area is particularly thick with these little dots that I charted, which is right off the coast of Malibu.
I was getting ready to mention Malibu. I was going to say, how close is that to Malibu?
Right off the coast, like 5 or 6 miles. This is where I'm like, huh.
Wow.
This is where they're all clustered. This is interesting. I wonder if there's a base down here. Because I did talk to 3 or 4 people now. I haven't talked to all of them, but I talked to a couple, and I found other cases where people claim to have been inside what appears to be an underground or possibly undersea base, who were taken from this area, had an onboard experience or what have you, missing time, and didn't recall being taken to a UFO, like most people say. They recall being taken into a base. So I started to wonder about that. And then I think it was 2006, researcher Robert Stanley, who was doing research into geographic anomalies in the Santa Monica Mountains and possible ruins of ancient ruins, came across this anomaly off of Malibu. It's now very well known. It's called the Malibu anomaly. And he showed this very flat surface. And later, I think it was Jimmy Church was contacted by a gentleman who had actually contacted me, who found this anomaly as well. And using Google applications, you can see what looked like pillars or columns, this very flat surface, and what looks like a tunnel. I mean, it really does under a number of these Google images. Some don't show it, some do. It's quite controversial. Geologically, this is known as Sycamore Knoll. It's a thrust earthquake fault. But some of these pictures show a clear tunnel, and it's exactly where all these reports are clustered. So that really made me wonder. That certainly raised my eyebrows.
I remember. I'm like on the 4th USO story on your YouTube channel, and it's another one right off the coast of California. I'm like, they're all. What is going on over there? It's just interesting.
Yeah. There's the Malibu anomaly.
Yeah,
Lee got us a picture of something there.
That's the Malibu anomaly, David. That's what he's talking about. There's, I found a couple of them here. Let me see if I can. Here's another view of it. I don't know if you guys can. You see that one?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean it's definitely intriguing. I'm a little on the fence about it, but I have to tell you, later after the book was published, I got more information on this. I had been contacted by Merrill Fankhauser, who wrote the song Wipeout. He's a famous musician. Mm-hmm. And he was kind of involved peripherally in this whole story because his friends invited him down to the beach one day. Says, come down, let's watch these objects coming in and out of the water. And he declined, unfortunately. But he was able to verify, some of the activity going on there. Well, he contacted me later and said, I've got something I want to tell you. I went to Las Vegas, and he got really interested in this area because he got in touch with a gentleman, a radio guy who was detecting weird radio signals coming from this same area. And he incorporated it into his music. And so he was doing this whole music tour, and he was in Las Vegas, and he met this Native American elder, a Chumash Indian. Now, the Chumash Gabrielano Indians lived in this area for thousands of years. And he was talking to this Chumash elder, and the subject of UFOs, USOs, came up, and so did this Malibu anomaly. And Fankhauser asked the elder, do you know about this anomaly? And the elder said, oh, yeah, we all know about it. We're totally aware of it. We have an oral history about this thing. And in fact, according to our ancestors, years ago, the surface of the ocean was much lower, and they would actually go out on top of this thing and fish off the edge of it. And the elder said, we did not build it, and we don't know who constructed this thing. But what I thought was interesting about that, mostly to me at least, was that the word constructed. So they felt like this was actually a construction, an artificial construction.
Wow.
So I don't know. There's a lot of people trying to debunk this. There's people on both sides of the fence on this. But hearing that made me, I thought was another tick on the side of this being an artificial structure of some kind.
I mean, plus all these people seeing them fishing and sailing, they don't have nothing to lie about. The one of yours, as a gentleman, I believe, was in a sailboat, and it stayed either above him watching him, and then he saw it underneath the water. I can't remember the green ball, and then some of his instruments broke.
Yeah, I love that case. I've got about 10, I would say, of boaters who are directly targeted. And
Hmm.
I don't, when I say target, I don't mean that in a, threatening way
No,
necessarily.
no, yeah, like just like they're
Um,
monitoring them or something.
yeah, I think UFOs they want to show themselves to people and are sort of announcing their presence and will, be somewhat playful in some ways and will follow boats. Sometimes above them, but there's one case involving a senior electronics engineer who was in this exact area, and he's moving along at night and has a fully outfitted boat and a lot of experience, captaining this boat, and sees this greenish glow ahead of him. And his first thought was, "Oh my gosh, this is another ship coming towards me," and does what you're supposed to do. He stops and puts on all his lights, and this thing still is approaching him, and he's becoming increasingly concerned. And at some point, he realizes, this thing was not a ship; it's underwater, and it makes a beeline directly towards his boat and goes right under his boat. And his depth sounder registers this thing. I forget the exact number, but it was not deep, 50 or 100 feet. He said it was
Wow.
much, much larger than his boat. It was like 100 feet in all directions, circular, glowing neon green, and it's silent. And as soon as it comes under his boat, he has two compasses, and they're both just spinning out of control. One, in fact, was torn off of its moorings. It spun
Whoa. Yeah.
so quickly.
Oh man.
Yeah, his entire electrical system went out, and he was actually quite frightened. Poor guy, and because it was just staying there, and it didn't do anything other than affect his electrical system, and eventually moved off. But yeah, quite
That's scary.
traumatized him,
That
and
is scary.
I know of other cases. There was another guy, same exact thing. A bright light comes right under their boat, and it's 100 feet in all directions. So this could not be a sub. This is not a jellyfish. This is not plankton or anything like that. There's another guy making a night crossing to Catalina Island and overshot the harbor. He was heading for two harbors, which is on the one side of the island, and had overshot. So he's going up the coast of Catalina, and suddenly under his boat, it lights up. And what's really interesting in this case is it lit up in a perfectly square pattern. He said it was like floating over an underground swimming pool, but it was huge, absolutely huge. So,
Wow.
I mean, there's case after case like this. Super interesting. I think they're kind of curious, maybe, or showing themselves off because they're not hurting people.
Preston? What do you think? What type of propulsion system is it? The same thing that's going on with the UFOs in the sky compared to the USOs? What do you think's going on there?
Yeah, I think so. These objects have the capability of transmedium travel, meaning they can go through the air and through the water with ease. Now, if you look at
Wow.
these various USO reports, some of them are kind of moving along lazily, 20, 30, 40 knots, 100 knots in the Clamagore case. But there's a few cases where people are seeing these things moving at several hundred miles an hour, if not thousands, underwater.
Wow. Jeez.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, there was a case involving people who were in the Chart House restaurant, which I've been in several times. This is right off the coast of Topanga Canyon, between Santa Monica and Malibu, and overlooking the water at night. It's a popular restaurant because it's right on the water, and this thing was darting back and forth at super high speeds. So they have this ability to move super fast. And there's so many cases in this area. I've got cases reaching all the way back to the 1920s, all the way back to the present day. And I've been on a number of television shows about this. Just not too long ago, I did a show with Josh Gates, Expedition X, I think it's called.
Mm-hmm.
and because they wanted to research this area since it's so active. And I'm like, well, here's where you go. It's the probably best chance of seeing one of these things is in the area of water on the Santa Catalina Channel between the island and the mainland. And so they set up their cameras and stayed a few nights and did, in fact, get some amazing footage, which they aired on their show.
Wow, that's great that they aired it.
Yeah, a lot of these reality shows are really just talking heads and like, and it still remains a mystery.
Yeah.
But this episode was actually very well done. And having been on a number of these shows, I can tell you that it's not always happy with how they're edited.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm being nice when I'm saying
Yes.
that, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I've heard a lot of that going on with a lot of people.
Yeah, especially in the cryptid community. I've had people tell me that was on a show. I don't really want to mention names, but they said that they had evidence that proved the existence of some things, and they wouldn't let them air it.
Yeah, and vice versa. They'll air stuff that's just not true, and they will edit your comments to make them say what you want to say. I've had some real disappointments with that, but I was very happy with how this show came out, and they had 3 major incidents. I mean, they had one where this object came straight up out of the water at high speeds, and they aired this, and you can see it on their program. And they had another where they saw a light underwater as well.
That's fantastic. That is just awesome, man. Wouldn't you just give anything to be there to see it?
Yeah, unfortunately, this was during the whole shutdown, so I couldn't, be there with them.
Darn it.
But yeah, this is a really active area. Here's a kind of a funny story. I was contacted by the Kardashians for their show, Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was pretty shocking. And they, of course, live in the Malibu area. And I think it's Khloe Kardashian had seen a UFO and was quite interested in the subject. And they wanted to know about the USO activity in this area and maybe if they could call one down, which you can do. It's you use protocols that are known as CE5s, close encounters of the fifth kind, or human initiated contact, and using basically meditation, mentally calling out to them, lights, this sort of thing. It's possible to make contact with these guys. And I've been involved in with groups that do this, and we've had some amazing sightings. So it's a pretty, I think, important part of UFO research right now, one of the cutting edges of UFO research. At any rate, long story short, they had me on their show, through Zoom. I did an interview with them and said, yeah, you're in a good area. This is definitely a good place to try and do this stuff. Here's what you do. And they did. They went out there on their house overlooking the bay, the Santa Monica Bay, the Catalina Island, and used their little lights and mentally sort of called out to them. And sure enough, these orbs showed up. And now I wasn't there. I can't completely vouch for this. But they played this on their show. And it was funny because I warned them. I'm like, be prepared. Something might show up. And if it does, just remain calm, stay there, blink your light at them. They might come closer. If you're really lucky, they'll land. You'll get to go on board. One never knows. And one of these things showed up, and Khloe and her boyfriend jumped up and frightened, ran back into the house. They're like, that's enough. We're going.
Wow.
So, yeah, it was funny to me, I should say.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is an active area. There was a recent documentary, A Tear in the Sky, which also did research in this area and caught some minor unusual stuff.
Was that where they were trying to triangulate it? Like they had like a team set on one side and another team on another side, and they tried to triangulate the objects? Is that?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. They had quite a bit of really expensive and very sensitive equipment, and I was quite encouraged by it. Unfortunately, they didn't capture as much as I'd hoped, Some unusual stuff. I don't think it's super conclusive, especially for a skeptic. And they went there for a week, I think it was. And I think if you're really, serious about this kind of research, it's going to take more than a week. I
Oh yeah.
remember there was another reality show called Location with Rob Lowe and his sons, and they were traveling across the country to Area 51 and various UFO hotspots, and went to this area, the Santa Catalina Channel, and actually sent down an unmanned submersible to the Malibu anomaly. And as far as I know, they're the only ones to do this. And actually landed on top of it and tried to look into the tunnel. It was too dark, unfortunately, to really see anything. And they didn't find any, solid, conclusive evidence that this is artificially constructed.
Could you see the pillars like what we saw on Google Earth? Could you see the pillars and stuff there, or was it just you couldn't really tell?
Yeah, you couldn't really tell. And again, I think the problem was this was a one-day venture. It was a pretty, shoestring budget. It's just a little reality TV show. But they made an attempt, and that was cool. And
That's
they
awesome.
came up with a negative conclusion, but I can't see how you can conclude one way or the other until you actually have a full investigation done.
Absolutely.
There's something going on there. I'm telling you, this is mile for mile the most, or one of certainly the top 10 active areas on the planet.
It'd be neat to have a live cam set up where you could overlook this area for 24 hours a day. That'd be neat, man.
There is actually one of those on Catalina Island.
Is it really?
Yeah, and it has caught some unusual light activity. It's pointed in one direction, and I am not sure if it's completely open to the public or not. But some of the footage that I saw did come allegedly from that. And I will say that there is some really good photographic evidence coming from this area. One lady, Lori is her name. She doesn't want her whole name used. Contacted me, and she loves taking photographs. She was out at Zuma Beach on a crowded day taking photos and didn't see anything. But when she looked at her photos, there was this really large, perfect tic-tac shape in not only one photo, but two photos. So it doesn't look like a glitch. It's in one kind of tilted position in one photo and slightly in a different position in the very next photo, taken seconds later. But again, no one apparently could see this visually, which is not unusual. There are a lot of cases, photographic cases, where people capture stuff that they don't see with the naked eye. But
is there any USO cases out of Hawaii and over in that area?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There was one not too long ago involving this bright blue objects coming up out of the water. I want to say recently, I think that was, time's going so fast these days. It'd have to be about 3 or 4 years ago. I don't have any firsthand information on that, but I did talk to a guy who was a researcher there who described a number of encounters. I know there was an encounter at 7 Sacred Pools on Maui, where there was a whole lot of activity going on. This was back in the 70s, so some time ago. But there was so much activity that they sent this little UFO group, citizen UFO group, sent out their crew to investigate. And a UFO showed up, and one of the ladies dived into the water and swam under it and disappeared. And they've never seen her again. Her name was Kathy Conway.
And disappeared.
Yep, in full view of witnesses. I mean, she didn't go underwater. She just presumably taken by this object and not returned ever.
Wow.
And I know of a number of cases like that. I mean, that's what happened to Frederick Valentic in Australia. He was flying off the coast of Australia, reported a UFO, was in touch with the airport control tower, This is a very famous case. He said, something's above me. My airplane engine is sputtering. It's not an aircraft. I don't know what it is. There was a bunch of weird sounds, according to the air traffic controller. And they never found poor Frederick Valentic again. Never found wreckage of his plane. There were people off the coast who cited UFO activity in that area at that time. Famous case of a person who was, gone to live with the ETs, presumably. I don't know what happened to them for sure, but
Yeah.
there's a lot going on that
Wow.
the average person that doesn't hear about.
Do you know, Preston, anything about the incident that happened? I think it was in Russia somewhere, maybe the Ural Mountains or somewhere. It was a lake where they sent some divers in this lake, and they encountered what they described as some extraterrestrial looking creatures that come up from the depths. And I think they were giant. They were pretty good sized, whatever these things were.
Yeah, I do know about that. That's Lake Baikal, which is the largest, or rather the deepest freshwater lake in the world, actually. It's huge. And they did have divers down there who saw very large, I think they were like 8 feet in height, estimated, wearing divers suits and helmets and the whole deal, moving around under there.
Wow, that'd be scary, wouldn't it?
I can
How deep is that lake, Preston?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I'd have to look that up. I do know it's
Wow.
the deepest in the world, though. So that would probably be, a mile. It's a good question. I'll have to look that up. Now you got me curious.
It's just amazing. It's just amazing that you mentioned the tip of the iceberg, and this stuff just blows me away. What else is out there?
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is not only in our oceans, but our lakes and rivers. There was one guy who contacted me who lived in Arkansas, Hot Springs, Arkansas. There's a lake there, which is, a sizable lake called Lake Hamilton. And he was a teenager. This is, late 60s, I believe. And he went out there boating with his 3 friends. He had a girlfriend, and he went boating with his other friend and another girl. So 2 guys, 2 girls out there for a little romantic getaway, so to speak. And it was the girl whose parents owned the boat. And he agreed to go if he could, captain this little, motorboat, drive the motorboat. And so they went out there on Lake Hamilton, found a little isolated cove offshore out there, some few hundred yards. There was no one else on the lake that was in view at the time. And they're just kind of settling down. And he is with this other girl who, they're not romantic, but his other friend was boyfriend and girlfriend. So they're in the back kind of getting romantic, smooching. And he's kind of sitting there awkwardly with this other girl talking. And they hear this weird gurgling sound. And looking out on the water to locate the source of this noise, they see this huge black round shape coming up next to their boat.
Wow.
And his first thought was, maybe this is, an underground, or rather an underwater dock, which had, spontaneously floated up to the surface because, they have these docks that they'll make out of barrels and stuff. But it clearly wasn't that. This was metallic. It was some 20, 30 feet across. It had a dome on top. It was flat black in color and no markings on it, but clearly, constructed. And they're looking at this thing and freaking out. And it's making a weird noise, kind of a humming noise. And the girl starts getting really afraid. She's like, let's get out of here. And by this point, all 4 of them see it, and the girls are pretty frightened. And they're like, go, 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 go. And he's powering the boat. So he powers it up, presses down the accelerator to full throttle, and the boat will not move. It is absolutely stuck in place. So it's being held by this object in some way, which they couldn't understand. And by this point, they're all screaming. All of them are like just a little bit panicky at this point. And the next thing they know, there's a shift, a moment of disorientation, where they lost time or consciousness for just a second, they thought. And because the next thing they know, this object is gone. They're not in the same place. There's farther along down the lake, heading at full speed. The boat's skipping on the water. It's heading towards this pole. He swerves just in time, stops, and everyone kind of gets their bearings like, oh my gosh, what just happened? I don't know. We better get home. And they go straight home to the girlfriend's house. And her parents are waiting on the dock. They're furious. They're like, where the heck have you been? It's 3 hours. You were supposed to be home a couple of hours ago. You are in deep trouble. And they didn't even want to hear any explanations because they just wanted their daughter back. And
Wow.
they didn't talk about it for a while, which turns up in many cases. But at some point, he did talk to his friend before his friend moved away. And the first thing that came out of their mouths was, do you remember that incident? And he's like, yeah, I do. And the other lady he never found, but years later, he found the other lady, and she remembered it as well. He since think he probably was abducted because they did have missing time. He has some weird marks on his body. He has some major sinus problems, which is very common among contactees. So he wonders about this and is considering seeking hypnosis, but at the same time is a little bit wary because he's afraid of what he might uncover. But yeah, that's a case of an undersea sort of USO abduction, I guess you'd call it. And not the only one that I've heard of.
And that was in Hot Springs, Arkansas, you said?
Yep, Lake Hamilton.
Lake Hamilton. Wow.
Yeah, I've got cases all over the world. I mean, I've got contacted by a lot of people for this one area off, Southern California. But another guy from Florida contacted me. His name is Wade, and he had an experience on, and I might butcher the pronunciation of this, Lake Mikusuki.
Mikusuki.
Yeah, which is a fairly shallow lake covered with lily pads. It's quite large. But he was out there boating with his girlfriend, something they had done many times. And there was another boat out there not too far away when this USO, gosh, if I remember correctly, was first in the air, but then went into the water and went right towards this other boat. And they watched it happen. And then next thing they know, this thing is zooming straight towards them underwater at, in excess of hundreds of miles per hour.
Wow.
And they said it was one thing, seeing this thing off in the distance, but when it came towards them, it was the fear of God inside them, because you're just frozen in shock when this thing is coming right towards them.
Do these do these things have an effect on the water? Like if something was coming under the water like that at hundreds of miles an hour, would it? You would think that it would be pushing the water to where it would make a wave under the water, because you can see fish cutting through the water sometimes making a wave.
Sure.
Or is there some way that these craft are producing a field that cancels out the wave effect?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, there are some cases definitely where something goes in and makes a big splash or comes out and water is just pouring off of it. But in most cases, no. And in this case, this is a lake that's filled with lily pads and stuff and all kinds of vegetation. And it was just going through it like it wasn't there. And they also had weird disorientation. Because the next thing they know, this thing is coming at them, and the next thing they know, it's gone. And there's another boat that nearly rams them and doesn't even seem to see them. And they were really shook up
Chicago.
and went home immediately after this, and didn't really notice any missing time per se. And I think they've categorized this as just a sighting, but it's got enough elements in it that I really wonder if there was something more to this. But speaking of, it affecting the water, there was this crazy case at Lake Casitas, and this is off the coast of California, but it's or not off the coast, it's on the coast rather. It's a reservoir which was created by a dam some years ago. Lake Casitas is not huge, but it's on the northern edge of this whole complex of sightings, but it's inland a few miles. And this Navy officer was there with his brother and was just looking on the surface of this Lake Casitas when this object comes out of the water, and it creates this huge, column of water as it comes out, and it's just splashing down. And that's what they heard. And they turned and looked and saw this thing coming out of the water, and it was a very large kind of cone-shaped craft. It had little portholes around it, and he could see through the portholes, which he said looked like they were made of glass or really thick plastic. And through one of the portholes, he and his brother see this figure, face, looking at them, sort of a silhouette. And this thing hovers there for a few moments. It's making this really loud whining noise, and the water's just dripping off of it. And it's hovering there, and he pulls up his binoculars and gets, a closer look at this thing and can see that, yes, it's metallic. There is a face looking through one of these windows right at him. And this thing darts away. And as it's darting away, he has a camera, and he actually did manage to capture a photo of this thing.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a good photographic case from a good witness. This was investigated by a MUFON field investigator. He's a Navy guy, so a good observer. I'm telling you, there's a lot of cases.
Which one, guys, was the one that all the Navy people saw, and it was a big story, and they basically hushed them all up? Which one was that one? It was I'm trying to remember. It was witnessed by like 20 or 30 Navy men.
There's a number of those. I think you're talking about the Tic Tac incident involving Kevin Day, who I spoke with personally. He was one of the witnesses. There was multiple objects. A lot of officers saw this. I think this is the one we've seen footage of. This is one of the leaks that came out, which kind of prompted the Pentagon.
Yes, there's a picture of it. A good one.
Yeah, to do some actual steps towards disclosure, which I don't think they're doing willingly. I think they've kind of been forced to play their hand. Because if our government doesn't start disclosing, they're going to lose control. They're going to lose credibility. At this point, there's so much evidence. It's obvious that there is validity to this subject. And if our government continues to deny this, people are just not going to look to them for answers. I don't think we should, actually.
Yeah, I agree with you, Preston. I don't think we should. Some of us that have seen, I saw what I think was an extraterrestrial, and I don't need them to tell me they don't exist when I saw it,
Exactly.
and had my encounter. So
yeah,
it would
be nice if they did.
Yeah,
but I don't think they will. I mean, there was the recent congressional hearings, which I watched with great interest because I was very curious to see how far they would go. And they went about as far as I thought they would, basically admitting that there was something there, and refused to use the word, conclusively. They did say extraterrestrial. You could tell it hurt them to say it. They didn't like it, but they said it. They said that's one of the explanations. But they also said, "Oh, we found one was a balloon."
It's time. To make it happen.
Do you think the reason they don't want to admit it, Preston, is that they're benefiting off of it somehow?
Yeah,
the people in the government are benefiting off of it somehow.
100%. Yeah, it's not to their best interests to
No.
disclose this
Wow.
because they have this technology. They are. Uh, they
I
don't
think
have our
it's
best interests in mind.
I think they don't want to disclose it because there's probably life extension technology there, and they're always complaining about, trying to thin out the herd, if you will. And I think they don't want to share that kind of technology with us and the
There'll
free
be a,
energy
there'll be a,
and
there will be a sense of like who's in control, and everybody will kind of panic. I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure the people will panic. I think that's an excuse
I
used.
wouldn't any. Not I wouldn't. I mean,
I'm
no,
ready.
me
I don't
too,
think
buddy.
I think it's clear if you objectively look into the subject. Uh, you know, throwing away your prior beliefs about what you think you might know and just look at what's actually happening.
Mhm.
There is no good evidence to warrant a so-called ET threat. They're not here to hurt us. There's no real good evidence of that. They've been around for millennia, for thousands of years. They're
You know,
very far advanced.
if they could affect, if they can affect time, people having missing time and generate a field that could cancel out, the effects of water and stuff like that, then they could have took us over a long time ago in just a blink of an eye if they've got technology like that.
Hmm.
Exactly. And
And
for that,
have you thought, Preston, that maybe some of these extraterrestrials are controlling things from behind the scenes and controlling these people that we see that we think is running the government, which probably really isn't, that they're actually the ones in control behind the scenes? Have you thought of that?
I've sure wondered about it. Yeah, I think there's various, power struggles going on here.
Hmm.
You know, people, the whole populace in general has been somewhat controlled and dumbed down and enslaved to a certain extent. But on the other hand, the power of the people should not be underestimated.
Hmm.
There's a very large portion of the entire planet which has come around to the idea that the ET presence is real and we are being visited and we are not alone. And that is a huge, huge force. And that has a huge effect.
Hmm.
And of course, we do have the government itself, presidents and prime ministers and governors and senators and so forth, who have a certain level of power over the subject. And we see a lot of action recently with, and talk about this subject. But I think really the people behind the cover up are the highest levels of the military industrial complex, talking about, the Navy, the highest levels of the Air Force and the Army. These are the ones who absolutely know for sure this is real, have the hardware, and for that matter, corporations as well. The banking industry, the oil industry, the pharmaceutical industry, the insurance industry. These are the people who are probably behind this cover up. There is sort of, a private citizenry involvement in this, I guess. But ultimately, I think that the ETs are watching everything very closely. They have the technology and the psychic ability to do so. They're very telepathic. This is something that is absolutely universally reported by pretty much all contactees out there. So they're very spiritually advanced. They're very technologically advanced. I think they are right on top of things. They know exactly what's going on. I am not sure that they're so much in control, but I think that they're very clever, very smart, and are taking actions to sort of bring out the best outcome possible without full on, collapsing our government and taking over and landing and, saying we're going to run things from now on. I think they are absolutely the main power structure behind all the disclosure we're seeing. Because if you go back to 1954 in the so-called Eisenhower meeting at Edwards Air Force Base,
Where he had, they said he went to the dentist.
yeah, Yeah.
in the middle of the night.
And if you look into this, it's very well verified. I mean, most researchers who have looked into this are quite impressed. I studied it deeply for my book, UFOs Over California, because it took place at Edwards. And the evidence for it is outstanding. And this was a meeting where the ETs came right down, landed, face-to-face meeting, and said, you guys need to stop using nuclear weapons. You will destroy your planet. You need to disclose now. And we said, no, we're not doing that. We're not disclosing. We're going to continue using our weapons. And this is when the ETs are like, fine. Because if you look at 1954, there was not a whole lot of reports of onboard UFO encounters. But following this meeting, it ramped up throughout the 60s and 70s and well to the present day. I think the ETs are doing a grassroots movement. They're like, okay, you're not going to disclose. We're going to do it for you.
That Eisenhower meeting that you're talking about, Preston, do you think that maybe they had multiple meetings with different races? And because I've heard them say that they basically signed was it called the Grenada Treaty, where they allowed them to abduct so many humans in exchange for technology, weapon technology.
Yeah, as far as I could tell, there's no really good reporting on that.
Okay.
This is my assessment, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's disinformation. I honestly do. I can't
keep
say
the
that
fear, keep the fear going.
Yeah, because I think one of the earliest people to say that was Lear, Robert Lear. I forget his first name.
John Lear?
No, I forget his name, but his father was the inventor of the Learjet.
Mm-hmm. I think it's John Lear, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
John Lear.
I keep thinking of the doctor
Greer,
I don't know, who did the implant removals. I can't think of his name now.
Wasn't his name?
Roger Lear.
Roger Lear, yes.
So, but at any rate, the other Lear. I tracked the earliest report I could find of that sort of, narrative came from him.
From John.
I'm not sure he's the origination of that, but I couldn't find any full on reputable source for that. And I wonder about it. And I've talked to some contactees who are full on in contact. My latest book, Symmetry, involves a lady by the name of Dolly Safran, who I've mentioned. We're going to have to get her on your guys' show at some point because she's got the info.
Oh, man.
But I asked her about this, and she's like, no, flat out, no, that this did not happen. That's disinformation, which
that's good.
Yeah. So I wonder about that because the ETs don't need government permission to contact people. They've been contacting people for millennia.
That project, I'm sure you've heard of Project Blue Beam and how they're going to fake a UFO invasion and do all that. But, if you were going to do something like that, then you would sow seeds of discord out in the community to make people have fear of these things before they did it. You know what I mean? And
100%. And that I bought into the whole ET threat narrative when I got involved in this field. Like, this is horrible. They're kidnapping people. They're doing experiments on them. Those evil grays.
Mm-hmm.
Until I started actually talking to people and figuring out what happens to someone when they're taken on board. And it doesn't support that. I got no accounts of sadism or torture or really at all. It can be very scary. I'm not going to, discount people who have had trauma and PTSD and nightmares and are freaking out. Because it can be very scary, especially in the beginning stages.
Mm-hmm.
But when someone's taken on board, they're physically examined, and that's rarely pleasant. No one likes going to the doctor anyway. But they're often healed. I mean, I literally wrote a book about this. I have 300 documented cases. And it's not just from me. Bud Hopkins has cases. John Mack, David Jacobs, Barbara Lamb, Edith Fiore, Philip Mantle. I mean, I could go on. Yvonne Smith. All the major researchers have cases like these. And they're not getting a lot of discussion because fear sells. And the media is naturally fear-based. And Make no mistake about it. There is a cover-up. There is disinformation. This is not speculative. This is provable through documents released from the Freedom of Information Act. It's backed up by hundreds upon hundreds of reports from whistleblowers.
Mm-hmm.
Our governments across the world are lying about this subject and pushing an ET threat narrative, which is not true. It's just not. And there are people who have very negative experiences. And as near as I can tell, these are what's called my labs. That's
Military. Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Short for military abduction. And, there's some researchers who specialize in this. I haven't. I've certainly uncovered cases of people who I felt were victims of this. And had some pretty horrific experiences, but I'm not convinced that these are ETs doing it. I think this is government masquerading as ETs. And
I would totally agree.
And it's really unfortunate because these are the sort of cases that do get a lot of attention, and it's false information. To the degree that it's not actually extraterrestrials doing this. As near as I can tell, again, this is my assessment. This is based on the hundreds of people I've interviewed who've had face-to-face contact, who have been taken on board. Because, people are physically examined, but if you do not have a strong fear reaction, you're not rendered paralyzed. You don't experience missing time. You're given a tour of the craft. This is not unusual for people to be taken to the engine room, or the observation deck, and shown the star field or the moon or Saturn or what have you, or Earth far below. There are many, many cases like this. People taken to the control room. Like, here's how we fly it. Would you like to sit in the seat? There's a very strong spiritual aspect to all of this that is overlooked by many major researchers who really want to stick to the nuts and bolts aspect of this, or don't want to bring up all the paranormal stuff because they feel like it perhaps makes it more difficult to believe. I don't know. I can't speak for them. But I know for a fact that some major researchers are not telling the whole story, because I've talked to the people who talked to them. And they said they didn't tell my whole story. There's a very strong spiritual aspect to this healing.
Isn't that sad, Preston, that they don't allow them to tell the whole story, or they edit all that out? I was watching something. It was a show, and I knew exactly what the account was and what the story was. And by the end of the little show, it was nowhere near even close. So I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I've been a victim of this, where they take my words and edit them out. It was a benevolent story, and they said it wasn't. It's infuriating. It's disappointing.
Was there something in it, Preston, that they didn't want getting out? Is that why they did it? Or was it just to benefit them? You don't know.
I think some of these TV shows have various agendas. Some might be, basically part of the government-funded disinformation project. Some, I think, are just flat out, money's the bottom line. They're just trying to, jazz it up to make an interesting narrative. And
yeah,
I can't say for sure, but I know that there is a media blackout on this subject. The vast majority of encounters do not get onto the news. This subject has gotten so popular that there are now a multitude of reality shows portraying this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I think most of them are really skimming the surface of what's actually going on here.
Mm-hmm.
So disappointing, and which is why shows like yours are so important.
I appreciate that. I think that the research that you're doing is just fantastic, Preston, and that you're just a treasure trove of knowledge of this stuff. And you being in it as long as you have, you're starting to be able to put the puzzle pieces together, and I think that's just fantastic. You see the big picture.
Well, there's always more questions than answers.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think we've got a pretty good handle on the ET agenda.
Mm-hmm.
I think we really do. And other researchers that I've looked into have found out, the ones that I trust, I should say, because some are on my naughty list. And they really are. I'm like, shame on you. But yeah, I mean, researchers like Barbara Lamb and Dolores Cannon and Edith Fiore and John Mack and others. Michael Schratt. I like his stuff. I think we really do have a good handle on what's going on. It's clear ETs are not here to take over.
They'd have done it a long time ago.
Yeah. So if I could leave anyone with one message, it would be that, like, don't worry, we're going to be fine. Mm-hmm. Their agenda is to wake us up to our own psychic abilities, to wake us up to their presence, to heal, to guide, to move us away from fossil fuels, to warn us against nuclear proliferation. Over and over again, these are the messages people are getting.
I don't think they're going to allow. I'm sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, I don't think they're going to allow nuclear war to happen here on planet Earth. I really don't. I don't think they'll allow it.
I wonder about that, because people have said, if they're, why didn't they just stop Hiroshima and Nagasaki? And, Dolly, I asked her that, and already knowing what I concluded. And she said pretty much what I had come to the conclusions, which is they can't fix everything. We have to learn our own lessons the hard way. Mm-hmm. And if they just stopped everything, we will continue to drop these bombs. And we haven't. That's happened only once so far over, being used in warfare. So hopefully we have learned our lesson, not completely, obviously, because we're still making these weapons. But that is absolutely their number one concern, our use of nuclear material. But real quick, I did talk to one lady in Maine who also got a lot of information from the ETs, talked to them for a long time, and they gave her some messages, which they do. They were giving messages to people to share with all of humanity. And they told her, you need to tell everybody to stop putting out the greed and negativity you're putting out, because you will destroy your planet like we did. So they apparently went through that stage at some point. They said there's going to be a lot more weather phenomena upcoming. They said Hurricane Katrina was minor compared to what's coming at you, which turned out to be true. They said that people should start disappearing from this planet. It's being done by them for the universal good. And we do see that, a lot of missing people. That's a whole phenomenon, missing 411. And there's a lot of researchers looking into that, the large amounts of people disappearing.
Wow.
And I've got, like I talked about, cases of that. But these are people who presumably are going to live with the ETs on other planets. They told her all kinds of stuff. They told her they've been upgrading our genetics for a very long time to improve health and longevity and psychic abilities, not only of humans, but of animals. And in particular, they told her, I thought this was so interesting, of cats and dogs, to upgrade their emotional intelligence to make them interact better with humans.
Wow.
Which was so weird and unusual, but kind of makes sense when you consider how close we are to those two species.
Yes. Wow.
Yeah, crazy, right?
No, not really. I mean, that's really, I can totally see it. I see it. The off-world thing where you're talking about them taking people to other places. I totally see that. I can see that. I think there's other worlds out there, and that's probably what the powers that be are actually hiding, is that we actually live in abundance. And, there's abundance everywhere in the universe, but they don't want us to share it. They got to keep us in a state of fear and keep us at each other so that they can make money off of it.
Yeah, I think if people realized UFOs were real and we have friends out there, would bring us together. I think if suddenly people really started using their abilities of telepathy and clairvoyance and precognition, all the lies that are just, causing so many problems within our governments would fall by the wayside, and all the corruption and greed would just go away. And that is the alien threat right there.
There you go. Very well put.
The ET threat is to the power elites control over the masses. And they are in a complete panic because people are waking up. And most people, certainly in the US, believe UFOs are real, believe our government is hiding information on this subject. That's most people. So
Oh yeah,
their days are numbered. There is a cover-up, but it's been a complete failure. It's leaking like a sieve. The analogy I like to use is a dam, right? Of holding all the UFO information behind it, and it's got a million little holes in it, and it's pouring out, and they're putting their little fingers on each of these holes. But that dam is breaking, and there is a flood of truth pouring over society right now.
They're going to put their finger in the wrong hole, and it's all going to blow out one day.
Yeah, and that'll be a good day for all of us.
Yes,
I've talked to some whistleblowers myself. Oh gosh, one story if I could share with you is
yes, sir.
Really interesting because it was such an honor to talk to this guy who was on his deathbed, very sadly, in a hospital, and with a terminal illness, not expected to survive more than a month. He has passed away. But it really wanted to do his part for disclosure. And he was a private contractor for the military and took a job at Edwards Air Force Base. And when he said Edwards, boy, my ears pricked up because of the Eisenhower meeting. And I wrote a whole chapter about that in one of my books because it's UFO central. I mean, the astronaut Gordon Cooper was there when a UFO landed on the airport runway. Landed, filmed. He didn't see it, he saw the film, but there's cases of them hovering over that base, caught on radar, viewed by everyone there, sightings stretching back to 1947. Getting off track, but
no, that's okay.
Edwards is a UFO magnet, is my point. So he mentions Edwards. I'm like, okay, go on. And he says, well, I was, it's a subcontractor, and I was taken to the base to do some construction work. And he's walking along with his employer by this hangar, which had a large window that was opened, and he heard this weird humming noise, kind of an electrical buzzing. Turns and looks. This is, just a few hundred feet away at most, and through the window sees a UFO in this hangar floating off the ground. He said it was attached to cables. It was tiny, about the size of a little, Japanese sports car, a Honda or Toyota or what have you.
Oh, wow.
Perfectly chrome, shiny, mirror-like silver. Really quite, beautiful. No portholes, just this little saucer floating in midair. And he turns to his employer and says, what the heck is that? And his employer looks, and his eyes go wide. He turns pale white, and he jams his finger up to his lips. He says, shut up. Didn't say it out loud, but just made it clear, like, don't talk. And the guy interviews like, well, what was it? What was it? And he got really angry with him. He says, shh, we cannot talk about this. You weren't supposed to see this. Never mention it again. And that's where it stayed for, he did his job and left. And that's where it stayed for a year or two until the same employer calls him back. He says, it's an emergency. I need you back. I need you now. This job has to get done right now. And the guy interviewed says, I'm not doing it. Screw you. I'll only do it if you tell me what we saw. That's my condition. And, they went to lunch together and had a few beers and got into a whole, what do you call a pissing contest? Excuse my language, but that's what
okay.
the words he used. And so they argued about it. And finally the guy capitulated and said, fine, I will tell you, but you have to promise not to tell anybody. This was years and years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he said, what you saw was not a UFO. It was not an alien spacecraft. It was, however, reverse engineered from technology taken directly from extraterrestrial craft that have been captured by the military. And this object, this vehicle, does have the ability to levitate, and it's powered using a system of counter-rotating magnets, which create a magnetic field on the outside of the craft, which propel the craft in that direction of desired travel.
Wow.
So that's what you saw. And that's the story he told me. He wouldn't give me any other details. He didn't have many other details, but verified his employment, certainly. And one of a number of whistleblower accounts I've gotten from people within, the military-industrial complex.
Me and Dave have a buddy that he lives up in Canada, and he shared a story with us about he did changed air filters and different things, like biohazard type, hazardous material type things. And he would change air filters and different things whenever problems would come up. Well, he gets a call from the military to go into this military base up in Canada, and he tells us that he got on an elevator, and he said it went down for a really long time. And he said they get off the elevator, and he said they're walking down a hallway, and there is what looked like a hangar door open as they're walking down the hallway. And he said that this place was so top secret that he had like the commander of the base with him, walking him through this place. And he said he turned and he looked to his right, I think is what he said. And as he's walking by, in this hangar, he sees a UFO shaped craft that has an American flag on it. And as he's walking by, this guy's leading the way. He says, did I just see what I think I saw? And the guy shook his head. No, you didn't. And so then as they're walking on down the hallway, he said to the commander there, he says, that thing that I just thought I saw back there but didn't see, he said, does that have anything to do with free energy technology? And the commander, he either shook his head yes and said no, but but anyway, he basically said yes, it had something to do with free energy. That was all they told him. He wouldn't go into anything else. But I thought that was interesting. And then the guy told us that the U.S. military uses Canada, a lot of the places up in Canada, because they're out in the middle of nowhere, uses them as testing flights for the secret space program. That like Space Force or whatever that we're supposed to have. And he said he's seen different craft up there in Canada. I thought, man, that's pretty interesting. But
yeah, very.
I thought I'd share that with you.
Yeah, thanks. I'm continually amazed by how, neck deep our own governments are in this subject.
I wanted to share something with you, Preston, also kind of on getting back on the USO underwater deal. My friend Bud, he was in Vietnam, and he was a sniper, and he knew a lot of people that was in special forces and different things. But this one guy came and visited him at his house one time, and it was a buddy of his from Vietnam. And we got to talking, and I'm always asking people about seeing UFOs and stuff, because at the time I was seeing these orange balls of light and UFOs around the area where we lived at. And so I asked that guy, I said, do you think that UFOs are real? And it was just like a book opened. Like he just got happy and just wanted to start sharing information. And somehow I don't know what the connection is, but my friend Bud had told me later on that this guy's wife he was involved with the Iran-Contra scandal, and that she became some kind of I want to say Supreme Court judge, but I don't know what capacity of Supreme Court that would be. You know what I mean? I don't know that it was necessarily in Washington, but anyway, this guy opens up and he starts telling me about she would get these briefings from the government, and that he got to talk to these Navy people with her in the room, and he said he got to see these. And the way he described it back then, I didn't understand what he was talking about. But now that I know what ultrasound is and sonar and the different down imaging type scanners are, like for underwater stuff, he said he got to see these sonar images that was taken off of a submarine. And he said that it was in the Yucatan Peninsula. And in the Yucatan Peninsula is supposed to be where a meteor hit and killed the dinosaurs or something like that. And he said these images were off of the Yucatan Peninsula, and he said they were underwater images of a city off the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula. And he said that the cities rivaled anything that we had today, like with skyscrapers. And he said he even described seeing a road with what looked like telephone poles with wires on it. And he said that one of the sonar images, they had went up to one of the high-rise buildings and shot sonar into the building. And he said you could see what looked like a desk with like a laptop sitting on top of it. And but it's all underwater, so it was like stuff that was destroyed or whatever. But I thought that was pretty interesting. And there could have been civilization that was as advanced as we are now way back then. That's where I'm going with it. But have you heard of any cities underwater like that?
I haven't heard that story. That's really interesting.
And another part of the story he told me was the way that the spacecraft, the alien spacecraft, worked was he said they worked off of frequency. And the best way that he could describe it to me of how they would travel was, he said, like, if you would dial in a radio frequency, say like 89.7 or whatever, and then that would be like a latitude and a longitude number type thing, and it would jump you from one area to the next on frequency. So I thought that was pretty cool how he described that to me. Yeah. But he talked about his wife being in contact with extraterrestrials as well through the military, or the government, I should say. Wow. They even had a nickname for her, and I cannot remember the nickname. It was like they called her something like, I don't know, ambassador or something. It was something like that. It was some kind of a name that they gave her. I'm sorry, I don't have all the facts here, but this guy was just so excited that he was able to open up and be able to discuss it with somebody and talk about it. But he was just like, I believe what he was saying about that city underwater. It was just, and the alien, the whole thing. I believe him. My friend Bud told me that guy wouldn't lie about stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear there were prior advanced civilizations. If you look at the ancient writings from ancient India, they talk about Vimyanas, flying machines. Mm-hmm. And there's stories of Atlantis and Lemuria and so forth. I think there's quite a bit of compelling information pointing towards prior advanced civilizations. And there's,
what about Yanaguni monuments? Do you think those are natural or unnatural?
I couldn't tell you that I've researched that, so I don't know. I think there's some evidence that there's stuff out there that we still don't have the technology to be able to build or understand how it was done. Yeah, I find just going to the Egyptian pyramids, the Pyramid of Giza has a lot of astronomical correlations to it that are really astonishing. And if you look at the actual coordinates, longitude and latitude, it is the same as the speed of light. Someone told me that. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. But I looked it up, and it was. So, and it correlates directly to, it's the Orion star cluster, which is pointed by many contactees to be the origin of some of the grays, certainly. But there's all kinds of stuff going on. That, these underground cities, that's amazing. And it just makes me think how much we don't hear, how much is never publicized. And that our military and our governments are sitting on, not just technology, the ships and the bodies, but a vast body of knowledge that is really the birthright of every human here on this planet, that we all deserve to know this.
You know, Preston, I live in Indiana. I don't really want to say exactly where, but I had a family member that worked at it was a Navy. It's well, I'll just say Crane Naval Base. But anyway, this person took me out in the country one time, me and his brother, and shown me how a place. It was like we went way up on top of this hill, and there was this little building with a chain link fence around this little building, and behind the building was a like a lake, or it was a small lake. It wasn't very big, but he told me that in that lake they tested submarines. So I wondered, I was sitting there thinking how big a submarine is, and thinking, how do they get a submarine down there from where we're at? Because that would be an undertaking all of its own. But I just wonder if there's some kind of like an underwater way that they come in there, or something, some kind of a channel or something.
Yeah, we're going to hear more about USOs, that's for sure, because our planet is mostly water.
Mm-hmm.
That's very difficult for us to explore a lot of these deeper areas. We still don't have anything. I'll say officially, we don't have anything of like a flying submarine, though there is documentation that we were researching that technology way back in the 50s. So it wouldn't surprise me if there's something going on in that area. But we don't have craft, as far as I know, that can move silently, and I'm going to underline that word, silently, in and out of the water. And this is what we're seeing with USOs. There was a case, real quick, there was a case way back in 1951, I think, from the 61, the Japanese steamship Aliki, right off the coast of Long Beach. And they saw what they thought was a fireball, except this thing dived into the water and moments later came back out, still fiery, and off it went. So clearly not a fireball, but this thing could move in and out of the water with ease, into the air. And for that matter, these objects are sometimes seen going into the ground, as if the ground opens up and swallows them. So this is the transmedium effect, being able to move not only through air and water, but through ground or trees in some cases. They can do this. They can render solid objects permeable.
Is that like the ones that they see coming in and out of volcanoes type deal? Like shooting down inside? And there's some kind of a link between volcanoes and the UFO phenomenon as well, right?
Yeah. I've been thinking of looking into this more deeply, but a bunch of people already are, so I'm a little bit behind the times on that. But
that's okay.
But Mount Popo, that's not the whole long name. Mount Popo something or other in Mexico. There's some amazing, really convincing, credible footage of these objects coming in and out of this volcano, which is active. And they clearly have some pretty good shields or force fields to be able to deal with that. And I think the connection probably is related to their study of geology, or perhaps they can use this energy,
fuel source or some sort.
Power up their craft, because we know, as UFO researchers, that they're hovering over telephone lines, and there are power outages, lots of them. I actually interviewed a guy who was inside a UFO when they hovered over the power lines and siphoned energy from it, and told him, that you have a lot of energy that's being wasted. It's just pouring out of these power lines, and we scoop it up.
Oh, wow. Then that makes sense why people have said they've seen them following the power lines.
Exactly. That happened in the Ariel Elementary School case in Zimbabwe, Africa. They came sweeping down right over the power lines before landing right next to the school. But I think that there's just scooping up the energy there.
There's a connection there too with the cryptids, huh?
Yep, probably. Oh, there you go. Look at that.
Oh, sweet.
I also found a image of the Baltic Sea anomaly let's see if I can you guys see that one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I've always wondered about this.
I have too.
Because if it's that apparent, I mean, let's go down there. That's a pretty darn clear image. I hope it's not,
Photoshop.
CGI,
Yeah,
right?
you and me both.
Because it would sure be amazing if this was real. And it would make sense because, these craft have been around for a very long time. And we know there's a lot of crash retrieval incidents. I mean, UFO crashes. It's not just Roswell. There's hundreds of them.
I don't know if you guys can see that one or not. Have you seen this one, this image before, Preston?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Is that a real image or is that CGI? Because I think that's supposed to be from the Arctic, isn't it? Like the Antarctica or one of them.
Yeah. I can't tell you for sure. I'm not a photo analyst, and I think even a photo analyst is going to have some hard time saying for sure unless they have the negatives. But what I do know about this photo is it's taken presumably or assume before digital cameras and all of this. And that's why I like some of the older photographs, like McMinnville photographs by Paul Trent in Oregon, or the Trinidad Island photographs, which were taken in full view of a whole Navy crew. So very hard to fake that when you got so many witnesses. The photographs that have people who will stand behind them, multiple witnesses, would be ideal. I think are much more credible. But these days, it's so easy to CGI stuff on your own home computer that I don't trust a lot of them. And so many of them are anonymous. Many of them are clearly fake. So it's very hard. Photographic evidence is just doesn't have the clout that it used to have.
And it was did you say it was 1958, the Trinidad?
I think that it was around there. I don't know the exact date, but yeah, if you just type Trinidad UFO, it should bring it right up. Yeah, okay. There it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
This is it?
Yep. That's it. It's a very large craft. It was seen in the sky for, 20 minutes or so. I think it was a pretty good period of time there, and there was dozens of officers who saw this. The photographer on the ship, who was his job, took photos of this, multiple photos, and it was never explained. It's one of the most famous UFO photographs out there. I think it's 100% legitimate. There are debunkers out there like Robert Schaefer and Philip Klass and Donald Menzel, who could never say that this was, an object close up, a model dangling from a string. It's not a balloon. It's not Venus. They could not explain it. This is one of those really good UFO photographs that have never been debunked.
It almost reminds me of a story it was a story that I heard about out of, I think it was Canada, where there was some airplane pilots. I think they was flying a big jet, and a craft flew by their plane. They described it as looking like two saucers put together like that, but that's what that kind of looks like to me.
Yeah, one of my favorite pilot encounters was the one that pulled me into the UFO field back in November of 1986. Captain Kenju Torochi of a Japanese commercial airliner was flying over Alaska, and he and his crew saw two UFOs, which were considerably larger than their already, large jet aircraft, and did appear on their onboard radar. Also appeared on the ground radar by the FAA. They later denied this, called it split images. But a guy by the name of Callahan was able to obtain the radar reports, the actual files, and prove that this object was a solid object. It tracked their plane for a long time. They requested a course change, which was granted to try and shake this thing. It still followed them. It's a great case. I remember hearing about that, thinking this poor crazy pilot, he's deluded. He's on He's hypnotized. He's lying. That poor guy's going to lose his job. Why did he go public? He did lose his job. He was grounded for years.
Oh man.
But it interested me enough to ask around, because I remember my brother said he'd seen a UFO, and I never even bothered to listen. I'm like, Mark, what did you see? Did you hear about this crazy pilot? And my brother Mark described this incredible sighting. And yeah, that's how I got involved in this field.
That's amazing.
Sweet.
That is amazing. That Baltic Sea anomaly, Preston, I've heard that it was could possibly be an old ship that they poured cement on. Have you heard that?
I have not. I wonder about that one, because it certainly doesn't match your average description of a UFO, which is typically saucer shaped without a whole lot of, features to it. I mean, people will describe windows and domes, but to have all those, I mean, it looks like the Millennium Falcon on Star Wars.
And people refer to it as that sometimes.
So I don't know. I'm a little on the fence about that one, but I think it's worth investigating.
Have you looked into any of the like the Google images of stuff that people have claimed that were look like crashed landed UFOs on the seafloor? And if you look at some of them, it looks like they've hit in the bottom and then they skidded along the bottom. Have you seen those? Any of those?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, people send them to me periodically because of my research into USOs.
But like the only bad thing about that is like you talk about the CGI and people doctoring stuff up like that, which is really sad if that happens. But
yeah, and I know some researchers, Robert Stanley talked about this, who did find some anomalies and started referring people to them, and they're like, "What are you talking about? I don't see anything." And the images had been removed and scrubbed. Yeah. And so that, Google imaging is not 100% perfect. And this is, again, a real problem, this cover up.
Absolutely.
We have to really be wary of our sources with this. But it's kind of a joke. We know this. I mean, this is in the public arena, that satellites have the ability to look down on Earth in incredible detail, to the point that they can read a newspaper, a person's license plate. So the government's claims that, we don't know what these things are, is laughable. It's preposterous. It's absurd. They 100% know what these are.
Have you seen how much stuff is scrubbed out on the Antarctic photographs, like Google Earth?
Yeah, some of it. I think there's a really famous photograph of a pretty good saucer-shaped object, which could very well be legitimate. I don't know. I know the same problems with the moon missions, which I ignored for a long time until I had the opportunity to interview a gentleman who was a petty photographer on one of the ships that picked up the astronauts from the late 60s to early 70s. And they bumped him up to a top secret clearance and said, "We need you to start developing these photos taken from the moon." And he said there was, 1 million photographs that were taken. I mean, just so many that he could not develop them all. This was, again, before digital cameras, apparently. At least this was his report. And he said he saw a lot of stuff in these photographs that clearly showed structured craft, structured structures on the moon. And he actually went and talked to the astronauts and photographed them in quarantine. And he said that they were out of their minds with the stuff they had seen and weren't allowed to talk about, and told him flat out that there were structures on the moon and what looked like abandoned ET bases. And I'm like, okay, fine, I'm going to look into this, because I had pretty much ignored the moon. I'm busy with, contactee cases. And I have to tell you, I was shocked to find out books like, Glenn Steckling's We Found Alien Bases on the Moon, or George Leonard, somebody else is on the moon, and others had some really impressive photographs. And it's just snowballed since then. It's clear that NASA is not telling the whole truth about the moon missions. There's a lot of insiders like Maurice Chatelain and Chris Kraft and a bunch of them who have said we were followed to and from the moon, all the Apollo missions. If you look into it, with the images coming from Sky all the way early to Skylab and the ISS, the International Space Station, Mir, the Russian space station, and more. And the statements coming from astronauts like Edgar Mitchell or Gordon Cooper or Al Worden, and I mean, just all of them have said very positive statements towards UFO reality, or said flat out they've seen UFOs. None of them have really said there's alien bases on the moon, but I'm guessing that they're under very strict NDAs, which could not only threaten their careers, but cause actual bodily harm to them or their families.
What about Clark McClellan? Have you researched much about him?
Gosh, the name does ring a bell.
He was an astronaut, I take it, that he claims that he saw a very large extraterrestrial in a spacesuit. You know, I don't know if it was boarding the ship or came on board, but they said they were fully aware, like NASA was fully aware of him, and they were helping him in space, basically.
That's amazing. No, I'd have to look that one up. It doesn't come to mind. It doesn't surprise me a bit.
Clark McClellan, but he's like lost everything. Like he's lost his pension and everything. I think it's because he came forward.
Can you imagine the stress it must be to have this knowledge and not be able to tell people?
Yeah, to carry that with you all the time. Absolutely. I mean, it'd be horrible to not being able to talk to anybody about it, you know, especially getting ridiculed or, just shot down by people that haven't had that experience.
Yeah, you have to remember our governments, our secret governments, I should say, have spent an enormous amount of our tax dollars, time, money, and energy and effort to make witnesses appear to be hoaxers, hallucinating, misperceiving. Those are the three go-tos. It's a hoax, it's a hallucination, or a misperception. That's what Project Blue Book concluded. Project Blue Book being the Air Force study project, said that all UFOs aren't real. You're an idiot if you think you saw one. You're hoaxing, you're hallucinating, you're misperceiving. There's nothing to it. There's no national security threat, period. And that's been their policy for decades.
Swamp gas.
Yep. And that's what the Condon Committee found. That's what the Robertson panel found. That's what every public UFO study group found. Meanwhile, it's completely disingenuous because the higher ups, the ATIC, the Air Technical Intelligence Command, they're the ones who are getting all the good reports. They completely bypassed Blue Book. Blue Book never even saw them. And they knew from the beginning, from pre-Roswell, because there are earlier crafts. There was a crash at Cape Girardeau in Missouri in the early 1940s. There was the Battle of L.A. in 1942, where we shot 1,500 rounds of ammunition. And apparently it brought a couple of these craft down, or they crashed, according to government documents reviewed by, the guy who wrote the book on this. I forget his name. It'll come to me. But the point is there are early crash retrieval incidents that predate Roswell. And there's a lot of these crash retrieval reports. Our government has known for decades exactly what these objects are. And in the congressional hearing, Mr. Daley and Mr. Moultrie, the highest, there you go, that's the Battle of LA right there.
Yep.
Were asked specifically, have we ever shot at these things? They very quickly, without hesitation, said no.
And they're doing it right there in that picture.
Yes. And mind you, these guys are under oath in Congress. Now, they may have an NDA that supersedes this, oath. But either way, I mean, that's perjury. in front of Congress, which is a punishable offense.
Mm-hmm.
But these are the highest level of the defense intelligence of our country saying, no, we've never done this. They were asked about Malmstrom, and they said, we have no reporting on this. No one's told us about it. They mentioned Roswell in passing as if it was a myth, a story. But to say that we've never shot at them when they know full well, and they're talking about sightings, they have this little photograph of a white dot that took them 10 minutes to stop frame and finally get the capture of it, which was so disingenuous again, because they have much better footage. We've all seen much better footage. Here, this is better footage right here than what they showed. And they're talking about 144 sightings, now over 400, but just sightings, ignoring all the landing cases, ignoring all the so-called onboard experiences, people like Betty and Barney Hill, ignoring 70, 80 years, a body of research that, you could pick up any UFO book, pretty much anyone out there, and learn more about UFOs than you learned in that congressional hearing. That's why I'm not looking to them for answers. They're lying.
Very well put. That's awesome. I don't buy them. I don't buy into what they say either, Preston. I really don't. It's getting old, isn't it, Preston?
Yeah, and I think they're making a huge error. I think they've bungled this from the beginning. Roswell was disclosed initially. There was a press release. Could have gone the other way. I'm so mad about it because it could have just said, yeah, we found one. They did say it, and then they retracted it. And they
go ahead, David, or go ahead, Preston.
Yeah, they've made a huge error here by covering this up.
Absolutely.
Because covering up just breeds more distrust. The truth has a way of taking care of itself. I think there's probably a lot of infighting going on within the control group here, because we are seeing an enormous number of whistleblowers. Sooner or later, the truth is going to come out anyway. It might not be through the U.S. government or any government on Earth. It could be through the ETs, through a CE5 group, but it's going to happen. The cat's out of the bag.
Absolutely.
The UFOs are not going to just abandon us forever. The truth will come out, and the sooner they come clean, heads are going to roll. There's going to be a lot of finger pointing, a lot of questions to be. It's a huge can of worms they're opening, but the sooner they do it, the easier it will be for everyone involved. And I can't understand why they're going down this pathway of obvious. It's such a bad decision in every way.
Mm-hmm. And, if they've lied to us about this, what other things have they lied to us about, Preston? History books could be a bunch of lies in history books and a whole bunch of lies in the science books, and things that we've been told is the way they're supposed to be may not even be the way they are,
Yeah, and I think we're finding that out. People often ask me, like, why don't you trust the government? Why don't you trust them? And I'm like, well...
for example, I heard him say that I think they say that we've only explored 5% of the ocean, or mapped out 5% of the ocean. Is that because the ocean that we see, that we show on a map, is all that we get to see, and that there's a vast ocean beyond the ocean that we think of,
Well, just recently there was news about the Titanic with Robert Ballard going down there to take films of it. The Navy was joined with him and really wanted to advance their technology with unmanned submersibles, so they could map the ocean. And I think probably secretly, it has been mapped, and they found all kinds of stuff that we don't get to hear about. And I do not trust our government, and I hate to say it, because it's not only the UFOs where they've lied. They do not have our best interests in mind. And I can point to specific incidents that are absolutely verifiable. They fed hallucinogenics to portions of our population to test them. They infected people with venereal disease to see what would happen. We know this through documentation.
Tuskegee Airmen.
They sterilized portions of the population. disenfranchised minorities, sterilized them without their permission. They radiated soldiers, did not tell them that this would lead to cancer. These are, Monsanto or Johnson & Johnson knew baby powder was causing cancer and still sold it.
Yeah.
So people ask me why I don't trust them. I'm like, that is why.
My grandmother used that baby powder almost every night and would put it on her shoulders in different places. And when she died of cancer and that's where the cancer came out, was where she used the baby powder all the time.
Wow.
Talcum powder. Yes.
It's infuriating. I mean, it's one thing that if you put out a product that, okay, we found out it's bad, let's pull this. But no, they're not doing that.
And we're paying them to do it to us, Preston. We're paying them to lie to us and to do that to us.
This is why it's so important. This is why the ETs are contacting people on a widespread basis. It's not just a few. They're coming to you and they're like, wake up. You need to develop your psychic abilities. You need to realize you are being lied to. You have to stop following these and electing sociopaths who do not. Yeah, I start to get really angry when I talk about this.
That's okay. That's okay, Preston. Hey, we're all out here and we're all angry. We're all angry about it.
It can't go on. It's not sustainable. It just isn't. It's time for truth. It's time for compassion. It's time for love of our fellow humans.
And you know what, Preston? That's all we want. Is we just want to live a good life. We want to be happy with our families, have a roof over our head, something to eat, and we just want to leave everybody else alone. Everybody just wants to, get along, but they don't want us to get along. They don't, because when we do, then it'll all be revealed, and they don't want that happening.
I don't understand it.
I don't
There's
either.
enough. There's enough for everybody.
Absolutely, Preston. That's right. And the truth is that they hide from us is that we live in abundance. Abundance is around us all over. We can take seeds and grow our own food, and we can grow animals and do whatever we need to do to survive. And they want to put a clamp down on it. They want to put a meter on everything that we consume or use, just so they can profit from our misery.
Yeah. And it's just a small group of people who are doing this. I think most people within government are probably great people. Most people on this planet, I think, would give you the shirt off your back.
Absolutely.
We'll pick you up when you fall. We'll lend you money. We'll do whatever they can to help you. So it's so unfortunate, but I don't think it's sustainable. I think ultimately we are progressing. We're seeing lots of good movement towards people waking up and moving past, racism and the unequal distribution of wealth and the divisiveness in politics. It's still got a long ways to go, but we are progressing.
Absolutely.
Well said.
Very well. I wish we could get past all of that, Preston, and all of us wake up and can see it. But not everybody's there yet, Yeah. I think it's subtle. I think it's subtle what the aliens are doing. They're helping us in subtle ways to evolve, like you said. Sorry, Preston, didn't mean to cut you off, buddy.
Yeah, subtly but very powerfully, and I think it's coming to a head. And if this so-called, alien threat, false flag event, if they really do start doing this, that is going to be the wake-up call for everybody who should know that if, you're being shot at by a UFO, it's not the ETs. It is our government.
Absolutely. Preston, I'm sure that you've heard of the weather modification technologies like HARP and different things like that. You was talking about the ETs saying that the Katrina hurricane is nothing compared to what's coming. Well, if they're using these HARP technologies and maybe our government is using a HARP system against another government that's using a HARP system against us, could that possibly be causing these weather patterns to do what the ETs are saying is going to happen, and it would all be because of greed, like you said. They said we need to watch our greed, our greedy thoughts, and the way we live.
Yeah, our warlike ways have been. That's what we've always had wars going on. It's never stopped. And to build a technology to use for more destruction will lead, obviously, to destruction. It's so simple. I don't think we can rule that out. I think there's probably a lot of factors going on here. It's clear pollution and nuclear proliferation and all this stuff is a factor as well. I think also there's some natural life cycles to our planetary system, with solar mass ejections and magnetic tilt or flips and all kinds of stuff that our planet is not perhaps as stable as we would like to think it is.
Chaco Canyon, there's like I think there's like this thing that projects a shadow on a wall. It's like a rock that projects a certain shadow on the rock on a wall there, and they said that was able to detect the wobble that the Earth has. The Earth has a slight wobble to it, and they think that maybe the ancient people were watching the wobble of the Earth because it could possibly lead to a pole shift or something like that. Have you heard that before, Preston?
Not specifically from Chaco Canyon. I do know about Chaco Canyon. I've been there. It's really cool, actually. It's one of the oldest known civilizations, signs of civilizations in the U.S., though there's some dispute about that recently, too. But yeah, that doesn't surprise me because there is evidence of pole shifts. There is evidence of micronovas. That's one of the reasons we allegedly went to the moon, because there's little glassified beads on the moon, which show that there have been major solar mass ejections, which you may have heard of the Carrington event in 1860, I think, 1859, thereabouts, which involved a huge CME, a coronal mass ejection, which caused problems with the emerging telegraph system. And we're seeing lots of increased activity in that direction. This is one of the things Dolly Safran talks about in my latest book, Symmetry. And boy, yeah, we got to get her on. She'll blow your mind. She talks about that in some detail. So I think that's a concern.
If we get a direct hit from the sun like that, it'll knock out our power grid, and every electronic device we have, is the way I take it. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yeah, and it will not be rebuildable anytime soon, and could cause massive fires, in any structure that has electrical components in it, if it's big enough. There's evidence of this. We can see this. There's throughout history, not just in 1859, but all the way to the present day, CMEs that have caused, power components to fry and cause fires and damage. And if it's powerful enough, yes, it could ignite everything and basically lead us back to, well, as Dolly puts it, the Stone Age. I think
overnight.
That's a concern. Yeah. Overnight. And if you look at the reports from contactees and anyone who gets a message from them beyond, don't be afraid. We're not here to hurt you. You won't be harmed. It's along those lines of facing some real heavy duty future environmental and problems, right along the lines of, all of this. So this is something that we all need to take seriously, because it's not only contactees being told this, mainstream science is confirming this. And now is a good time. I'm just going to say this because I think it's a good advice anyway, regardless. It's smart to prepare. Have enough water to last several months. Have enough food to last, should have enough food to last a year. Most people should. And it's not, that may sound unreasonable, but it's not hard to do. There are, you can get food supplies that last for a very long time.
Yes, sir.
And it's not going to, food is definitely getting more expensive, but it's certainly not like
That's part of an agenda too that's going on.
yeah, we need to move off grid. There's a huge movement to move off grid. It's very popular now, and I think there's a reason for that. But yeah, if you can just grow some tomatoes in your apartment, that's a step that could be important.
Absolutely.
And save a little food and water. Prepare. We have earthquakes here in LA, and it always astonishes me after we have one how to see hundreds of people lining up at water trucks who do not have water for a week, not even a week's supply of water. You really need to think about that.
That just goes to show you how fragile our consumable goods really are.
Yeah, when I saw the grocery stores clear out the shelves, that was a huge, cold chills down my back. Because kind of depend on them.
Yes, sir. That's stuff you see in the movies that you don't think is gonna really happen. Preston, I got a quick question for you. All the years that you've done this, and I know you've went to a lot of conferences and you've met a lot of people. Have you ever been shown any photographs or anything behind the scenes that you could share with us that made you say to yourself, "This is a reality"?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there are a lot of witnesses who don't want to go public and have amazing photographs that are, and I can't say I've analyzed them, but I've certainly seen photographs of, ET figures and metallic craft and this sort of thing. And some of these people do not want to go public because they've seen what happens, particularly, it's one thing to put out some semi-good photos, which perhaps are not super crisp or clear or close up. But those who get really good photographs are viciously attacked. And whenever I see that happening, it always makes me want to take a closer look. And I've talked to people who've had incredible encounters who are absolutely like, do not record me. I'm telling you this in 100% confidence. This is just something I feel like you as a researcher should know or see. So yeah, I have had some of that, and some I'm just not going to talk about because
awesome. I appreciate that about you. I'm glad. But that question.
Actual artifacts, I would say. I mean, full-on artifacts. I'm like, wow, oh my God, look at this. And I so love to take a piece of it and send it to labs and stuff, which I can't do. That's not my place. Yeah. But I know there's stuff out there. I know it, because I've seen it.
That's amazing. That is awesome. Thanks for sharing that, Preston. That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I look forward to the day when it's going mainstream now, and it's rolling out fast. I kind of wish the ETs would be just fine. We're gonna land. Let's do this. I'd rather worship our alien overlords than the government. I think they do a much better job.
Yes.
But we'll see. I mean, that could very well happen. The Phoenix Lights, if that were to happen today, it happened in 1997, kind of right at the advent of digital cameras and phones and stuff. If that were to happen today, game over. We're done. Ha ha. Go away, government. We don't need you anymore.
I like the one show or little documentary that I saw about the Phoenix Lights. They showed these guys jumping out of an airplane, like skydivers, and they had these flares attached to their legs, or these, I think they were flares is what they were. And I thought, when I saw that, I thought, there's no way that these guys jumped out of an airplane with flares on their legs, and all these people, this mass crowd of people saw this, and as a craft, saw it as a craft. Just not going to happen.
Yeah. Ironically, Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, south of Phoenix, did launch flares on that night, in my personal opinion, in an attempt to cloud the issue.
There you go.
What happened was a lot of people, had seen the Phoenix Lights and then saw that and photographed it. And a lot of those got into the newspaper, and it caused a snowball effect and really publicized the whole incident. And in my opinion, backfired on the military and really caused publicity. But I don't know if those Phoenix Lights And the whole holographic theory has got me a little bit nervous because it could be a precursor to the false flag event that, researchers like Stephen Greer are fairly certain is forthcoming. I worry about it. And again, I'm going to
It makes you question now, and then it makes you question the things that you might have seen in the past in the sky, and you think, and how would you know if it, you would not know if the sky filled up with B-52 bombers or or UFOs or whatever, and you would not know if it was real or not. I mean,
yeah, there are a couple of ways, and the best way, and this is difficult, but people do communicate telepathically with ETs. I've had this happen to me personally. It was a shock the first time it happened. They will, you can hear them in your mind. And if that is happening, that is likely ET. ET craft have a tendency to wobble a little bit in a sort of a falling leaf or pendulum type motion. There's various ways that you can tell. A lot of the triangular craft are probably government made. Yeah. Rectangular, because they haven't mastered the saucer shape, as far as I know from the buzz in the UFO community and among contactees. But yeah, it's a huge problem. And I'm really very concerned about it, because if you've seen some of these drone shows, I mean, just recently, the 4th of July, what they can do with drones.
Man, they can tether them things in just in a grid pattern and just make them move in fantastic ways, can't they, Preston?
Yeah, it was really impressive. I mean, lasers have nothing on these drones. I'm like, wow, look at that. Why are we even doing firecrackers when we have these amazing drone shows? Absolutely. But there are certain things drones can't do. They're not silent, for one thing. And also, as far as I know, they can't flip over and do, dart at very high speeds, stop hovers, shoot straight up. So there are certain things the real UFOs can do that our craft cannot.
So you say the real UFO have a wobble to them?
Yeah. Yes, they have. You will see this in account after account after account. They do not stay, generally speaking, stock still, stationary, like a rock in the sky. They kind of float on what looks like, like waves. They're wobbling. There's sometimes called a falling leaf motion as they're coming down. Some people describe them as a pendulum-like movement. You can see them. They're kind of wobbling like this. That's a clear indication they're using the magnetic and gravitational fields of our planet to operate, which is how the genuine UFOs do. Whereas the TR-3B uses a different type of gravitic technology. As far as I know, this is not my area of expertise. I'm just going to say I'm, generally speaking, focus on first-hand contactee accounts, but try to keep up with this because you have to if you're in this field. Yeah, they are much more still in the sky, but are largely silent too. So yeah, it's become a real problem. Just because you see a UFO doesn't necessarily mean it's extraterrestrial.
Well, that's
but one way for sure to tell is if it's shooting at you. That's military.
Get out of the way. Yeah.
That's not ET.
The one that I saw it wasn't like you see in the movies, like where they're flat. This thing was sitting on edge, like it was a disc sitting on the edge, and it was pretty well motionless. And I watched it for an hour and 45 minutes.
Yep, they do that. That's how they're often described. They will rise up, turn on edge, and off they go.
Yeah, and when it took off, this thing, it took off about the speed of a jet, and then the farther it got away, of course, the less I could see it. I got bored watching it, believe it or not, Preston. As much as I enjoy this UFO and paranormal stuff, for some reason I got bored watching it, and I went in the house. I come back out 2 or 3 times. After watching it for an hour and a half, you're like, really?
I've heard that. I always go, what? You're kidding.
Yeah. And
that's funny to me.
The the last time I came out and I tried to get a picture of it. I tried to get a pine tree, and then it in the background so that you could get a little bit of distance or depth or like some size comparison to it. But it, yeah, I couldn't believe I got bored watching it. I was like, and I was excited when I first saw it. I was like, man, I wish somebody else was here to see it with me. And I was making phone calls. I was like, hey, come here. You need to get over here and see this. But everybody I knew was working at the time.
Yeah. Well, if that happens again,
I knew that I was going to see that UFO before I even saw it, and I knew I would go out on a daily basis for about 3 months in a row. Would go out and look up in that direction in the sky, and then lo and behold, one day there it was. But I somehow knew. I just knew that I was going to see it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it sure does. I've had that experience myself. Many witnesses talk about being called impulsively outside, like, what am I doing? Or actually going physically actively looking for one, and it will show up or start talking about them, and boom, they come down. There's a lot of really interesting synchronistic events like that.
Have you had any encounters from Lake Erie, Preston, of the USOs? I know that some people have talked about seeing lights in the Great Lakes area.
Yeah, I've had a few. I'm here in California, so I don't get a whole lot from that area. I think just because of where I'm located geographically, but I know that there's quite a few there coming in and out of the water. A lot of activity around all the Great Lakes. And some people have talked about their belief that there is possibly a base under there. Yeah, I know it's pretty active there. I've talked to some people who live there who have seen stuff. But yeah, I only have personally investigated a few cases.
I saw some footage of some lights that supposedly were coming out of the water there, and they looked exactly like what I saw when I used to live at the other place where I lived in Worthington. It'd be Worthington, Indiana is where it was at. My wife's going to get mad at me for saying that, but I'm telling you anyway. But anyway, they look like orange fireballs, and they would flicker, and they would get big, and then some of them would get, they'd start out small and they'd get big, and then it looked like one would morph into the other, like if they would come together and become one, and then some of them would like come apart and become two, and they would like, it looked like they would go out in one part of the sky and then another one would appear, to the right or to the left of it. And I actually found some, it wasn't footage, but it's a report from the late 70s of a little town that would be just, I don't know, maybe 9 miles away, be 9 miles east of Worthington. And they were having sightings back in the late 70s of these same things, and they described exactly what I was seeing. And I thought, wow, there's a history of these people here in this area seeing these things.
Doesn't surprise me a bit.
The fireball type craft. Is it a natural phenomenon? Do you know, or have you heard?
No, I don't think this is natural. I mean, there are such things as fireballs, but generally speaking, they don't remain in the sky, and they don't travel upwards or stop or change directions. So it's pretty easy to tell. And what we're looking at, I think, is these craft are superheated and have plasma, very hot plasma surrounding them.
These were orange looking, like they look like, I want to say mini sun. They almost remind you of looking at the sun, but a small version of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on here, because people have seen these things come down, drop down, and get lower and lower and lower and lower, and sometimes even land. And at some point, the glow around them dissipates, and they're looking at a metallic craft.
Wow.
So I've had people describe this personally to me, and I've certainly read enough accounts to fill up several books of that exact sort of thing.
Have you ever talked to Debbie Caubrey, I think is her name, or Cauby?
Cobble, yeah, I sure have. Yeah.
Where she doesn't live too far away from where it's about an hour away or so of wherever that took place is about an hour away from where I live now. So I don't know if there's any correlation between what she saw and what I've been experiencing and seeing, but I kind of thought it was a coincidence or more than a coincidence.
Yeah, well, I think if you look into any area and really start digging, you will find a long history of encounters. I've talked to one lady. She was from a rural town in Indiana. She did. I forget what it was. She doesn't want it named
okay.
anywhere, so I can't say.
Yeah.
But okay. She and her son have had a series of encounters. She actually sent me X-rays from her son who went to the dentist, and the dentist freaked out because there's this giant, well, not giant, I should say marble-sized, bigger than a BB, right under his molar, his back left molar. And she's like, what, the dentists are like, what is this? Did you shoot yourself in the mouth with a BB gun? They asked the son. And he's like, well, no, obviously I didn't. It's bigger than a BB for one thing. There's no entry wound. The tooth is fine. They asked the mother, and she says, no, that never happened. And they, couldn't figure out. Swaz sent the X-rays to me, which I sent to medical professionals because, I'm not a doctor. And they both diagnosed it as a metallic foreign body that should not be there. And she asked her son, have you ever seen a UFO? And he said, no. Then later admitted he was lying because he didn't want to scare her and had seen a UFO. It came right down over him, flashed its lights at him, made it very obvious it was there, yellow and blue lights and multicolored lights, and was dreaming about, human-looking ETs. And she ended up being, she and her son, visited by Greys. They said, everything's going to be just fine. You don't need to worry about this. You're good. She was later taken on board a craft, saw a praying mantis. She said it was actually not scary for her, though it was disconcerting to see this guy who was, 8 feet tall and not human. But she wasn't scared. She pretty much took it in stride. But yeah, she lives in Indiana. It's one of the few cases I have in Indiana.
That's good. I heard a case. It would have been over around the Bloomington area. It'd been kind of south. It'd be southeast of Bloomington where they described the area. But the guy went out hunting and he saw these people walking, what he thought were people walking through the woods early in the morning, like before daylight. And they saw him and they started walking in his direction. And the closer they got, the bigger they got. And they were giant looking humanoid type creatures or whatever. And they had some kind of helmets on that made him think that they were, when he first saw him, he thought maybe it was the fire department, like was coming in looking for something in the woods or doing something. That's what he first thought it was. And they came over towards him, and when the closer they got and he saw that it wasn't humans, he was, next thing he knew, he was waking up on the ground, and it was like 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, and he got to looking around and his gun was gone. He couldn't find his gun. And so he started looking around the area and found his gun laying under leaves. Like somebody had placed his gun over beside him and covered it up with leaves to hide it.
Wow, I've heard cases like that. Actually, there was a couple in Arizona who had UFOs coming down. They saw Greys coming. They pulled out their shotgun, pointed at him. Both, next thing they know, they're waking up the next morning, go out into their living room, or their kitchen rather, and the gun is on the table and it's completely dismantled.
Wow.
They don't like guns. I don't think they like guns.
That's a message, doesn't it? Nothing you could do about it. We come and got you.
Yeah, I did a whole study of that. People who shot at UFOs. Don't do it. they will sometimes hit you with a beam of light, but more often than not, the bullet will just ping off the craft itself and does it no harm. They'll zip away, but sometimes they will take action, twist the gun up, make it hot, or do it, take it away.
Preston, do you think sometimes in the movies they put things in there that's a little bit of soft disclosure? And the reason why I'm asking that is because when you said that they heated the gun up, I was thinking of the day the Earth stood still, when the craft landed and the alien shot a beam or whatever, and it heated up the guns and basically disintegrated the guns in people's hands. Do you think that maybe those movies were a little soft disclosure? Maybe.
Yeah, I really do, and I wonder about it because my dad was actually in the movie business. He worked on The Fugitive and the Munsters movie, and the Barbara Mandrell story and other stuff. So I'm pretty familiar with the whole process of what it takes to get a film made or a television pilot onto TV. And it's a long, grueling sort of gauntlet you have to run through to get it on TV. So I'm not so sure how controlled the media is, but there's definitely a media blackout on UFO information, and we know this. An author by the name of Hansen proved this in his book, The Missing Times, that newspapers and TV and film do, suppress this stuff. However, there are like movies like The Close Encounters of the Third Kind by Spielberg has cases in it, that were drawn directly from actual UFO incidents. Like when Richard Dreyfuss had that UFO pop over him and send down a beam of light and he burnt his face. That's the Stokes case, which took place in New Mexico, and the Loch Raven Dam case in, the East Coast. I mean, it's just straight drawn from that.
Hey,
but
Preston,
I think some of that is disclosure.
Preston, I don't know if I shared the story with you about my grandfather and meeting the Venusians or whatever, and supposedly being off planet. That movie, that scene that you just mentioned where the UFO flies over Richard Dreyfuss. He says in that movie, if you watch the movie, he's got his map out and he's talking to him on the CB, I think, and he says, they say, well, where are you at? And he said, I'm sitting here on Cornbread Road. Well, Cornbread Road's where my grandfather lived, and that's an actual road in Muncie, and that's where the show is supposed to have taken place, was in Muncie, or that scene anyway. Muncie looked eerily like California when they're going through the hills, but other than that, that road is real. It's called Cornbread Road, and it's in Muncie.
Yeah, it's funny because Star Trek, this TV series, got a lot of things right. That seems very predictive of in terms of the technology and some of the stuff that's going on. And it makes me wonder about are some of these guys, the writers, the producers, and directors and such, being inspired or in some ways telepathically messaged by the ETs to get some of this information out.
I like the saying that I've heard that some of them are read in.
Yeah, I think there's something to that. I mean, science fiction, as a genre of literature, pretty much preceded the whole UFO age and ushered it in right alongside. And I think that's probably not a coincidence. It helped ready humanity for the idea of the extraterrestrial presence, which prior to 1900s was not an idea that was in the public consciousness really at all. If someone saw something in the sky, it was usually interpreted as astronomical phenomena of some kind, natural, or perhaps a religious miracle of some sort.
Was J. Allen Hynek, was he in Close Encounters at the end?
Yes, he had a little bit a little appearance in there. Pretty cool. I talked to his son, Paul Hynek. He's a nice guy. He's doing the whole UFO circuit right now, talking about his experiences with his dad.
J. Allen Hynek, wasn't he involved in the Project Blue Book?
Yes, he was the astronomical consultant and towed the party line for years until 1966. And he couldn't take it anymore. When the Hillsdale, Michigan sightings happened, a bunch of people, there was a huge wave of sightings there. But one particular case kind of was the straw that broke the camel's back at Hillsdale College, when all the students there, or a good portion of them, and faculty and police saw a UFO hovering for hours, 2 hours, actually landed. And Hynek was brought in to investigate and mentioned that it could be slump gas. And boy, the press just destroyed him, ripped him a new one, so to speak. And, he's like, that's it. That was the low point of his career, he said. He couldn't take it anymore. He knew that that Blue Book was not a true investigative body because they would not let him investigate the best cases and would basically concentrate on discrediting witnesses of good cases and sent him to cases that he knew out of hand were Venus. Could tell right away. Mm-hmm. So he quit and started writing his own books and became a true pioneer in this field. We would not be here where we are today talking if not for J. Allen Hynek. So kudos to him.
Absolutely. That's awesome. I didn't know the whole story on him. I knew that he was part of Project Blue Book, but you said he was the what'd you call him? Advisor?
Yeah, astronomical, yeah.
Astronomical advisor.
It was his job to call them Venus or shooting stars. That's what they wanted to hear.
That's what they wanted to hear, huh? Oh, wow. That's the whole swamp gas thing just cracks me up. Swamp gas. Yeah, I've seen illuminated swamp gas, 30-foot diameter, hovering over.
Yeah, with portholes and everything, sending down a beam of light.
Yeah, that's amazing. Well, Preston, we've kept you on here for a while. Are you ready to call it a day, or you want to keep talking? It's up to you, buddy.
Hey, I'm fine if you want to keep on. But yeah, I really appreciate you having me on, and I definitely would love to come back and bring Dolly on.
Absolutely.
We can't wait for that.
I'm telling you, she has a story to tell. And I told her about this show. And I'm like, oh, no, they want to talk about USOs. And she's like, oh, darn it. Okay, fine. But yeah, I know she was because she listened to the
I just wanted to leave off where we left off last time. You had mentioned you wanted to talk about USOs, and I was like, dang it, we'll have to have Preston back, and we'll have to dive into that topic.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it because I think this is an important subject, and there's so many aspects to it. But yeah, Dolly's the subject of my latest book. I've talked to a lot of people who've had contact, and hers is the most extensive story by far. So I think you would enjoy it.
Hey, David, was you going to ask him a question about the cryptid thing?
Yeah. Thanks for bringing that up. I wanted to know if out of all the UFO cases he's heard from people, did any of them mention a cryptid with the UFO sighting?
Yes, actually, I was really upset first time that happened because I kind of suspected Bigfoot might be real, right? But I didn't want to look into it. I had my hands full with UFOs and, for that matter, ghosts and telepathy and reports of levitation. It became clear to me that paranormal was connected to this very early on. So I started really branching out and heard reports of Bigfoot. And I'm like, no, I don't want to go there. Until I talked to a gentleman by the name of Robert Murphy, who was a radiologist in Canyon Country outside of LA. And back in 1978, he lived on the edge of the National Forest, the LA National Forest. It's a very rural area with, miles and miles and miles of wilderness and forest. He had a UFO, long story short, land in his backyard, and it took off. It was a very brief sighting, and I'm just going through the interview, getting all the details. And he says, well, wait, I'm not done yet. The very next day, I had a Bigfoot encounter. And I'm like, wait, what? Really? Wow. And he said, yes. In fact, felt like I was in telepathic contact with it. I'm like, ooh, well, that's interesting. And he went out there. There was footprints, not great footprints, but what looked like footprints. And this is following this. He had a poltergeist outbreak in his home, which is something I have heard before. And that was my first kind of Bigfoot UFO encounter. And I ended up looking into Bigfoot, researching that area. There was a bunch of Bigfoot sightings in that area historically. And it was just a short time later, I had another lady call me who was a contactee who started having Bigfoot encounters. And I eventually looked into it more deeply and found, I did a whole research project on this. And there's some 50 cases, probably closer to 100 now, where people will see a UFO and Bigfoot at the same time. And some have
that's why I wanted to ask you, because I'm like, you would know.
Yeah, and it goes beyond just seeing a UFO and there's a Bigfoot running around underneath it. Some of them have actually seen Bigfoot coming out of a UFO. There's a few cases, enough to warrant, I think, a closer look at this and take it seriously. Some going inside a craft. There was a couple of cases in Colorado where a guy came upon a landed UFO. Beings were around it, human-looking ETs, grays, and a Bigfoot who was kind of being ordered around like a pet or something. was his impression.
Chewy.
And not just one report. I'm telling you, there are dozens upon dozens. And having researched Bigfoot extensively and written a book about it, because I kind of had to. Most people who see Bigfoot aren't going to have UFOs with it, and vice versa. No UFO. If you see a UFO, you're not likely to see a Bigfoot on board. But it does happen. These two phenomena perfectly intersect in some instances. And there's absolutely 100% a connection there. And I can't fully explain it. I'm not going to say Bigfoot is an ET because I don't know. I think they're probably in contact with Bigfoot. I think probably some Bigfoot, Sasquatch, are sentient, intelligent beings. And, it's beyond just Bigfoot. There are other cryptids that seem to be associated with UFOs as well.
Have you had any dogman sightings with UFOs?
I haven't. I have personally gotten 2 dogman sightings, which I kind of discounted because I'm like, oh no, really, dogman, werewolves? This is what you're telling me. But then Linda Godfrey, a researcher, wrote the book The Beast of Bray Road. I ended up becoming maybe not close friends, but certainly acquaintances. We talked quite a bit, and she researched a bunch of cases and really sort of opened the doors for dogman research. Dog people, I guess we should say, because I'm sure there's dog women out there.
I never was a big fan of the word dog man either.
Well, when you
like
hear it,
psychosimile it just sounds like you said, Lee. It just sounds
it sounds fairy tale.
Yeah. There you go. That's the word I was looking for. Kind of Hollywood.
Yeah, it definitely does. But it was shocking to hear so many legit reports. And now there's quite a few of them that I think it's not just Bigfoot we got running around. It's not just us. There's dolphins and orcas and such, which people think might very well be sentient and very intelligent. But
y'all got me excited. I'm learning so much, and you really have opened up a door of UFO knowledge to me, and I cannot thank you enough, Preston. I'm learning more, and I'm just blown away. Like, this is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm like, well, I want to know what else is going on. What else is out there?
Yeah, it's funny. I've been involved in this field for so long, and I still get majorly surprised, just blown away. I put out a book called UFOs Over Drive-Ins last year because I got a report, and then I got another, and then I got 3 in a row. I'm like, wait, is this a thing? And I dived into the databases of UFO, research organizations and found over 100 of them where they hover right over the drive-in theater.
What about have you had any over fairs or festivals or anything like that?
I looked into it thinking, well, maybe this is happening over concerts. And I
Wow.
found a few, but not a lot. There's lots of outdoor soccer matches and so forth, football games. And I found some cases. There was one in Italy, which was very widely viewed, a soccer match. Some 30,000 people, I think, saw it. Maybe not
Gee.
that many, but it was a lot, 10,000. But
So
not,
they came in to watch the drive-in movies. That's so cool.
yeah, or I think to show themselves off, because that's one of their agendas. They want people to know about them.
That is amazing.
And it followed up on another book I wrote, which was very similar to the drive-in theater encounters. Because these drive-in theater encounters, they come down. It's a long-lasting sighting, right? Which is unusual. It's very low level, which is unusual. And they put on a show. They will flash their lights. They will release smaller craft. They'll dart around. They're doing this, putting on a display is what researchers call it. And I had just written a book called UFOs Over Schoolyards, where it's the same thing. Long-lasting, low-level. I found 100 cases all over the world, and they're landing in 1/3 of these cases. They're showing themselves off on purpose to kids and adults in the drive-in theater cases. But I could not find a parallel with concerts or sports events. So I don't know why they didn't go there. Maybe that's too high profile at this point, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's coming soon.
I heard of my dad and some people. My dad used to race cars, and my grandfather built race cars and drove them also. But they told it. I remember hearing them tell a story about seeing one over the Anderson Speedway one night. It came in and hovered over the Anderson Speedway and then took off.
Oh wow!
It was during a race. So that's why I was asking. And then another reason why I was asking about the festival thing was me and my family, we went to a festival down south, and I just happened to catch something up in the sky, and I started watching it, and this thing, it flew right over the festival. And when I first saw it, I thought, man, it's awful late at night for a hot air balloon, because it was dark, and I just think I don't see hot air balloons very often in the dark like that. And the more I got to looking at it, and the slower, it just like it went over real slow, and it looked like it was on fire, whatever this thing was, and it just went by real slow, and it looked like fire in the sky is the best way I could describe it. And it wasn't very high. I mean, it wasn't real low, but it was high, low enough that I could see detail, that it looked like there was, I don't know, it's going to sound funny when I say this, but it looked like I could see like cross beams on it, and it looked like it was on fire is what it looked like to me.
Yeah, I've heard a very similar description many times. Often people tell me it looked like a house on fire flying through the air.
That's pretty good description, yeah.
So yeah, I have definitely heard that. I think that's, again, the plasma field surrounding these things, because they're coming very, very hot, and this is why we see landing traces, what we call landing traces, where they will burn the soil. I just did a study of that on my YouTube channel and put 50 of some of the best cases of that. And this is great evidence. You cannot say this there's not something to this when you look at these cases, because the ground is superheated, glassified in some cases. So we're looking at thousands of degrees of temperature and thousands of pounds of weight, tons. So whatever these things are,
some of these areas that you're talking about, will animals avoid them also, and nothing will grow on the ground?
Yep, precisely. These are landing traces that will persist for years. One of the most famous is Delphos landing in Delphos, Kansas, where the son of this family saw this object. It is hovering right above the ground, like a foot off.
Oh,
and
wow.
He ran inside, got his parents who saw it, and it left these markings. The mother reaches down and touches it. Her hand goes numb. She brushes it off on her leg goes numb.
Oh, wow.
And these landing traces were very much studied, and they tried to the soil was completely desiccated, absolutely dried out, hardened, and it will not absorb water. And there was recently, a UFO group went and studied it, and the owners agreed to, and it's still there. You can still see the landing traces. It's still different. Yeah, it would not grow soil there. The snow would melt, and it's something affected that soil that is not of this earth.
Did they take any radioactive testing? Like check it with a Geiger counter or anything? Is there magnetic anomalies there or anything?
Not in that case. They did check for those. That is something you absolutely see. There was a case in Brazil where a UFO landed, and there was a chain link fence next to it, and each of the poles was magnetized to varying degrees in sort of the inverse square law, so that they were more magnetized the closer you got to the UFO. And it's not something you can fake. You would have to have a very large, electrical source to be able to magnetize these things. So it's fantastic evidence in many cases, where radiation readings have been detected, including the Rendlesham Forest incident in 1981 in England, which is a base, Woodridge Air Force Base, where the US, in cooperation with the UK, is holding large amounts of nuclear material, which again, I think is what the draw was. A UFO landed, it was seen by numerous base personnel. It was a 3-day long event, really. It was a very complicated series of events. But it landed in the forest and left indentations in the ground, and they took radiation readings, which were, I think, double the surrounding area or somewhere along those lines. And one of many cases like that where, radiation is in fact detected.
That's amazing. The magnetic anomaly thing. How do you think that these objects pick up that magnetism, Preston? Is it because of the electricity that this thing is generating that it transfers onto the objects, or is it kind of like you can take a magnet and rub it on a still object and it'll have them take on the magnetics of the magnet?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you look at just mainstream science, high voltages of electricity will magnetize things.
Oh, cool.
There was an incident where a ship was struck by lightning, and it magnetized all the nails and anything metal on the ship.
Wow.
And there are cases of people that physically levitated being struck by lightning. So there's a relationship there as well. And if you look at the contactee accounts and from the accounts of researchers who study, UFO propulsion, you will see that there's a connection there. People who've gotten any information about how these craft operate, it's usually that they use high levels of electricity and are able to, using that, harness the magnetic lines of our planet, the magnetic field lines. And they come in on these magnetic field lines, which would probably explain why certain areas are so-called UFO hotspots, which are areas where there's magnetic stability or large magnetic field lines coming into the planet due to perhaps high volumes of quartz or crystal or metals. Sedona certainly is an area of high UFO activity, which could be related to this. But there are, practically every state seems to have its UFO hotspot, an area where it's more active than other areas. And I wonder about that. But it's something to do with the high levels of electricity that these craft generate that magnetize anything metal around it.
That forest that you talked about in LA, that LA, was it LA County Forest or something like that, or National Forest, where the guy saw the Bigfoot and the UFO. Is there any quartz rock there, or is there something like that in that area?
I did not find that to be the case. I did find that to be true in the Santa Monica mountain range, which is right off the coast or along the coast. Topanga Canyon, Santa Monica, Malibu, parts of Camarillo, I believe, has huge quartz deposits.
Heavy quartz deposits.
And very high levels of UFO activity. and upstate New York has a lot of metals in it, rare metals. Arizona has quite a bit of UFO activity, particularly over copper mines. And I wonder about that as well. Arizona is the leading producer of copper in the U.S.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And I can't tell you, I think there's like 20 cases of them hovering over mines in just Arizona. That's another thing I studied. I couldn't believe what I found. If there's a mine out there, you can bet there's been a UFO sighting over it, or landing, or humanoids seen. And the mines are affected in some cases.
Mm-hmm.
There was a case in Karnes City, Texas, which blew my mind. This guy who worked there, his last name was Harvey, I forget his first name, was working at this uranium mine in Karnes City, Texas. You can look this up. This UFO hovered over it while they were working, digging down, sent down all these beams of light. It was huge. It's freaking everybody out. Some people were reduced to weeping. They were so shocked by this. And, not everybody saw it. It was one shift, right? And then the next shift came on and started ridiculing all the other guys who said they saw it, which was quite upsetting to them because this was traumatic. But they dig down to the layer of uranium, got down to it. It was completely spent. It was just chalk white. It was no longer active uranium.
Wow.
So
somebody
totally
came in and got a refill.
Right? That's one of like 50 or 100 cases I found.
That rose a question with me about up in Michigan. There's supposed to be a large copper deposits up there in Michigan, and I wonder if they have a lot of sightings up there. That'd be interesting thing to research.
Yeah, that could very well be true. I know Michigan is particularly active because California is the most reported in terms of UFOs. But we have like 40 million people here. So
wow,
that could be a factor. But Michigan doesn't have those population densities, and I still think they're right there in the top 15 or 20. There's got to be a reason for it. Let me see. It's California, Washington, Texas, and then it spreads out. There's Arizona, Michigan, Florida, Pennsylvania,
New Mexico.
Yeah,
in there.
I think so. We know why New Mexico. Lots of radiation and lots of rocketry.
Lots of weather balloons.
Yep.
Roswell.
Yeah, they're watching us.
Preston, was there more than one crash site in Roswell?
Yes, absolutely.
Because usually when they talk about Roswell, they only talk about the Max Brazel ranch and finding the UFO debris there. But I take it there was another crash area.
Yeah, it's very confusing, and I studied it intensely because I wrote a book called UFOs over New Mexico, and I really wanted to get a handle on it. And I bought, there's 50 books on Roswell alone, 50, more than that. I didn't read them all. Wow. It's clear that what happened with the Roswell crash was it came down, it was in trouble, it landed on a ranch next to Mac Brazel, left a glassified area of ground, went up, crashed on the Brazel ranch, its outer shell shattered, left a whole bunch of debris, but went over the San Augustine Mountains and crashed on the other side. And at the same time, there was another crash in Corona, which has been, sort of conflated with the Roswell crash, but I think it was probably a separate one. And there may have been even a third one on the San Augustine Plains, all in that same week. There was at least 2, possibly 3.
Wow.
And maybe more. And right on the heels of that, there were quite a few crashes. There was one preceding that at the Trinity atomic site. There was one after that, in Aztec, New Mexico. And looking at just New Mexico alone, there is a dozen reports of UFO crashes in New Mexico alone. A dozen.
How close, Preston, to the when they tested the first nuclear bomb was it to when they the Roswell crash happened? Was it very close in time?
Yep, the atomic age coincides pretty much exactly with the modern age of UFOs.
Well, the
And
reason why I was asking was maybe like when they detonated that nuclear bomb, maybe it threw off one of the ley lines, one of the magnetic, the gravitic lines of the Earth, and that may have caused them to crash. But that's just a theory. I was just sitting here thinking.
yeah, there's a lot of theories as to why they've crashed. One is that, well, according to Dolly, she talks about this. She says the magnetic fields of Earth are highly unstable.
Oh, wow.
And accidents happen. The Roswell crash has often been attributed to the lightning strike. But there was also a number of reports saying that our radar arrays, there's a huge radar array in Socorro, interferes with their navigation systems.
Wow.
So I think there are a number of reasons why they might crash. I think honestly, what happened was the atomic explosions had interference in higher dimensions, interdimensionally, and drew them in.
I was going to ask you about that. I was going to say, with that way they're testing those bombs, and we know that there's electromagnetic effects that can knock out electricity with the nuclear bombs. Like you said, it could affect them on another dimension, a dimensional level.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that's probably because a number of contactees have said that. And when you talk about other dimensions, this is something that is mathematically fairly well established. Quantum physicists are very sure that there are other dimensions, and if you look from a spiritual angle, towards mediums and parapsychologists and out-of-body travelers and stuff like that, I mean, life after death is pretty well verified as well, that we go to another dimension. I'm just putting that out there because what's apparently going on when we explode these nuclear devices is that it is affecting these other dimensions and causing damage that we are not aware of. It's not only causing permanent damage here in our three-dimensional plane, but other areas. And this is what really brought a lot of attention towards us. And these craft came in very large numbers. In 1947, there was a huge super wave. And this is when Roswell happened. A number of crashes happened. And this is when I think they came in such large numbers that UFO crashes started occurring much more regularly. And there's now, according to researchers like Robert Wood, that was the name I was trying to remember earlier, regarding the crash here, this image on the screen, Battle of LA, in Robert Wood's book on UFO crashes. He lists like 100+ incidents. And I know there's more than that because I found like 10 in California, a handful in New York. I think there was like 7 in Arizona, a dozen in New Mexico. I found 1 in Colorado. Every state that I've researched and written a book on has UFO crash incidents. So what we're looking at is that this is something that's much more common than people realize. Nobody's perfect. These craft, as advanced as they are, do crash. And we've scooped a lot of them up. A lot of them have been retrieved by the ETs before we could get to them, I think. But absolutely, our own military has their hands on complete craft that are absolutely intact. The Aztec crash was reportedly very important to our government because it had only a little pinhole in one of the windows and crashed due to explosive decompression, but was fully intact. And we got a lot of our technology from that. And if you believe Colonel Corso in his book, The Day After Roswell, and he has never been, I think, in my opinion, debunked. He says technology such as lasers, fiber optics, the integrated circuit, night vision goggles, Kevlar, all came directly from the Roswell UFO crash and was fed into industry. And a lot of the technology we see today, computers, came directly from, UFO crash retrieval incidents. So
don't they say that I've heard them say that AT&T received fiber optic technology from that crash, and that's where a
Yeah.
lot of our fiber optics come from.
Yeah, and I looked up all these, inventions, because you can, there's information on how every invention was made and the inventor of it, and you can track them all to, supposedly conventional discoveries. But if you look deeper, it starts to get a little mysterious because it's not easily tracked. And there was a huge, inexplicable explosion of technology in the late 1940s. Why? How did that happen? How did we suddenly get so advanced to go from not flying at all to going to the moon? And I mean, we talked about technology earlier. What's going on in some of these military bases like Wright-Patterson, Edwards, well, frankly, all of them, we're not being told. The technology we see, I talked to a guy who had flat screen TVs. He saw one way back in the 50s. And when did we get those? 2000s or something?
Absolutely. Jeez. Preston, have you heard of the there was a photograph taken of one of the nuclear blasts. I don't know if it was the first nuclear blast or whatever, but there was a picture taken. And it looks like a UFO just as the thing was getting ready to explode. Have you seen that photograph?
I think so. If it's the one I'm thinking about, a little saucer-shaped thing.
Yes.
Yeah, I have seen that, and I've looked at a bunch of these because some people will point to, these explosions, and I am not entirely convinced.
Not convinced.
But
Good
yeah,
to know.
I think some of these absolutely. And I did a whole study of rocket launches, UFOs and rockets, because I can tell you at White Sands, almost every time we launched a missile, a UFO would show up, and this is not just some citizen saying this. These are the rocket scientists themselves saying this. And in fact, Commander Laughlin of White Sands went public, much to the distress of some of the other people within the military. He spoke to Life magazine and spilled the beans, but said flat out, oh yeah, we think they're from another planet, maybe Mars, we don't know. This was before we had done a lot of space probes. But yeah, often when we would launch rockets, these things show up. And this happened at China Lake, where we do a lot of rocketry work. Stephen Greer talked to a witness at Seal Beach, where we were holding the Saturn rocket, and a UFO came right down. It was viewed by some 50 people who watched it for a period of at least 15 minutes. A saucer-shaped craft right down low over the Saturn rocket. They are watching I have 3 cases, get this, 3 cases where UFOs showed up and people launched toy rockets.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, father and his sons launched toy rockets in upstate New York. And these are fairly, big toy rockets, but still toy rockets. And UFOs showed up and were flying around them. There's another guy who launched a toy rocket in Arizona, put a little lizard on it, took it off. UFO showed up. Another case on a schoolyard, actually in Montana, where they were doing, school projects, launching rockets, and a UFO showed up. They were watching our rockets, our exploration, very, very closely, even to the point of coming down for toy rockets.
That's awesome. How about fireworks? It seems like there's a lot of footage of fireworks that's going off, and these craft will show up. Have you seen stuff like that?
I have. It's very funny. You must be psychic. I'm actually currently doing a research project on that.
Oh, wow.
And I'm going to be releasing that shortly.
Awesome.
So you're getting a scoop. I wasn't going to talk about it because I kind of want to wait for the book to come out.
Sorry.
But you brought it up, so fine.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. But yeah, because people kept mentioning that to me. I'm like, oh, that they come down to watch fireworks. I'm like, sure. So when I got involved in this field, there were 2 days I did not want to hear about you seeing a UFO. One was April 1st, because I don't want to be pranked. And the other is July 1st, because if you see a UFO on July 1st, it's a firework. That was my reasoning as a skeptic, right? But these reports kept coming up, and I got a few myself. And so I'm like, fine, let's look into this. And I started looking through the literature, and I'm like, wow, here's a number of reports. And I dug into the UFO databases like MUFON, Mutual UFO Network, and NUFORC, the National UFO Reporting Center. And I did a double back flip, figuratively. I can't actually do a flip, but shocked, knocked my socks off when I saw that the single most common day to see a UFO is, of course, July 4th. More reports on that day than any other day in the year. And so, wow. I mean, there were hundreds of reports on that day, and this stretched back decades. So I spent weeks going through this, because this is, several thousand reports. We're talking 5,000 or 10,000 that I had to wade through. And I was really shocked in two ways. Most of these are orbs, very much like fiery orange orbs like you described. And the problem with that is that these are very much explainable as sky lanterns, party lanterns.
Right, exactly.
And I'm thinking,
I can see why, because they almost resemble that, but they're bigger they're on a much bigger scale than that.
Yeah, well, if you look at them, they can be seen from many miles away. They can get up to 5,000 feet. Mm-hmm. If they hit an air current, they can zip pretty quickly and move in like patterns that look controlled. They're not flying like a normal aircraft. And I've seen cases which I'm pretty darn sure are sky lanterns, where there are pilots and scientists who are like, it's aliens. I'm sure it's aliens. And I'm like, I don't think so. But I found a bunch of cases. I'm talking dozens upon dozens involving saucer-shaped craft with portholes, metallic. They're swooped down and they're watching the fireworks flat out. Swoop down when the show starts, stay there the entire duration, and off they go.
They want to come out and play.
Yep. So there's kind of two things going on here. And the problem is these orbs could very well be UFOs. I mean, there's so many. I mean, are really all of these sky lanterns, thousands of them? Because I don't think there's enough in the stores to account for the thousands that people are seeing. There's not that many people launching them. Most people launch simple fireworks. I don't think there's 10,000 people launching sky lanterns on the 4th of July.
No.
I think there's probably hundreds, but we're looking at far too many reports for all of these orbs. So I think the UFOs are taking advantage of this, and that some of the orbs that are very much explainable as orbs are in fact UFOs. But it's my conclusion that two things are going on here. One, they are attracted to this fireworks and really enjoy watching them because they are beautiful from an aerial perspective. And secondly, this is a great opportunity for them to announce their presence because they've got hundreds of people looking up, and they can come down and do what they do, which is a display. And they're like, you want to show? There's some cases that are so cool because the fireworks show goes on, and then the UFO show goes on. There's an encore show. So every 4th of July, I'm out there. You can bet, hoping.
Oh yeah.
I haven't seen anything that personally, but there's some really amazing footage out there. Some which has gotten into the newspapers and not got national coverage.
Wow.
That are clearly not sky lanterns because they're up there for a darn hour or two. A sky lantern can last maximum 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. So that's one good way to tell. And when these things dart at super high angles or are still in the sky, not moving or making right angle turns, mm-hmm. That is not a sky lantern. And of course, if it's a saucer or a blimp or an egg-shaped craft or what have you.
The right angle turn, that's a classic UFO maneuver right there, isn't it? That's the way they describe them moving in the right angles.
Yeah, but I have to tell you, my faith in UFO witnesses was a bit shaken after examining these reports on the 4th of July.
Was it really?
because yeah, some of these people were describing sky lanterns. I'm fairly sure of it. I
Yeah,
can't be 100% sure, and I have to
hard
tell
to
you,
sit through that.
I was once investigating a case where these people were describing UFOs coming on a near nightly basis. That's a red flag for me because UFOs are somewhat rare.
Hmm.
And so I went to their house and I saw what they were looking at. And it was very impressive. These objects were lighting still in the sky and then they'd move off to the side fairly slow. So I went up onto the top of the mountain there and saw that these were planes, jets
Oh,
coming in. And I went back down and I told them, and they were angry with me, somewhat hostile, a little shaken themselves, I could tell. And I think kind of stuck to their guns. No, we're seeing UFOs. You're full of it. I'm like,
I'm
well,
glad. I'm glad that you look at it with a skeptical mind and a skeptical way, because that just means you're a better researcher that way. I like that. I appreciate that about you, man. That's good.
yeah, I don't want to be hoodwinked.
No, I don't either. There's enough of that out there.
Yeah, and I don't like it when people lie. There's
No,
no need for it. And if misperceiving can happen easily. And when you see it, people don't realize how far away you can see a little light. A flashlight, it's a tiny little flashlight, can be seen many miles away.
oh, I've heard. My dad was in Vietnam, and would tell me that you could see a cigarette lit a long ways off, like people smoking, and that they
Yeah.
wouldn't smoke at night because of that.
Yeah, you have to be very, very careful. And so I'm extremely careful about 4th of July reports. And I just, as a researcher, can't accept as extraterrestrial an orb that is hovering or moving at a slow speed and disappears before 15 minutes. Could very well be a UFO. But if it's explainable as a sky lantern, I have to kind of leave it at that.
Skyliner, yeah, that makes sense.
But if it darts, if it moves at hundreds of miles per hour, if it's staying in the sky for over 20 minutes, if there's any structure visible to it,
if it makes like constellation looking patterns in the sky or pyramids.
yeah.
I
Yeah, and sometimes they come low. One guy described an orb, and it was fairly low. He says, I could hear a low buzzing noise coming from it.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, well, that's probably a UFO.
Mm-hmm.
Because these things you could hear perhaps a sizzling, but you'd have to be darn close to a candle to hear it, sputtering and popping.
Those are dangerous.
Yeah, they're outlawed here in California for good reason.
Yeah, because of the forest fires that you guys have. Yeah, every time I see somebody light one and send it up, I'm thinking, oh, man, that's dangerous. I've seen them get hooked on power lines and everything else. People use them.
Yeah. Thankfully, mostly they do burn out before they come down. So
yes, absolutely.
But yeah, they can be the cause of fires.
I don't mean to change the subject, but the Starlink thing that Elon Musk or whatever has going with that people see these lines of lights in the sky. You know what I'm talking about? The satellites are linked and traveling across the sky. I've had two people, and one of them actually showed me footage that her husband took of these lights in the sky it was like they were mimicking the Starlink thing. They kind of look like Starlink, but they look like these orange fireballs. And that Starlink, they stay so many feet apart, or however they're spaced out as they're going over. Well, these things look like they were spaced out like that, but they were at a 45-degree angle, tilted towards the ground, and they were moving across the horizon. Now, I wouldn't think that would be Starlink moving at a 45-degree angle across the sky, and it didn't really look like the way the Starlink. Starlink look as it's traveling through the air. I've seen footage of it. It looks cookie cutter, like they look like they're spaced out perfectly as they're going across. But this thing, it looked like those what I've seen before, the fireballs, but they looked like they were linked together and they were tilted at a 45-degree angle going across the horizon. Have you had any reports of that? And I've had two people talk about seeing that.
I can't say I have specifically. I've had a number of people who thought they were seeing UFOs and found out that they were seeing Starlink, which does have a very distinct pattern. And you're right, they're regularly spaced. However, as these satellites continue to fly around, depending on what angle you're at, they can, not necessarily be seen straight overhead. So you'll be looking at something that's more along the horizon. And I would have to do more checking to see, in terms of 45-degree angle, to see if that's something that they can appear as. I honestly don't know. I have not looked into that. But I do know that there are reports of them following each other in a line that predate satellites, period. There's a case from 1945 where an astronomer in New York was looking through a telescope and called over two guys. He's like, you have to take a look at this. I think I'm going crazy. And there was a whole line of these objects going across the sky that you could not see except through the telescope, one after another, just like Starlink. And they counted like 200 of these things.
Wow.
And this was pre-Sputnik. We did not have satellites. And if you look at how many satellites we have now, a map, it's covering the Earth like an anthill. You can't even see the planet anymore. That's how many satellites are out there. It's so much garbage.
And how is that going to come back to Earth? You know what I mean? Is that going to just bombard us one day, one right after another? That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, right after a major coronal mass ejection, take shelter. It's going to be a show.
Oh my gosh,
they're
Preston,
all coming down.
Oh my God, I never even thought about that. You're absolutely right. If a coronal mass ejection hit those satellites, oh man, that would be on Earth.
I'm very interested to see that because they're just launching them like candy, and Starlink had hundreds upon hundreds of them.
And that's just the ones that we know about. That ain't including the top secret ones they've launched.
Yep. I'm definitely concerned about it. But when you see Starlink, one thing you can look for, because UFOs generally will have a few observables, you might call them, that give it away. A satellite will travel in a straight line, period, at a steady speed.
Mm-hmm.
You might see what appears to be a slight increase in speed depending on the curvature of the Earth. As it moves directly overhead, it'll slow down and then sort of speed up a little bit. But that's an illusion. Whereas if you see something that says stops for even a second, or flashes lights at you, or turns in any way, that is not a satellite. That is an actual craft. And if you are willing to invest in night vision goggles, which are pricey but not out of the ballpark, you will see stuff. I had the opportunity to use some at a UFO convention, and there's stuff darting around up there all the time. Nightly.
Was it Gen 3 or Gen 2 that you used?
Oh gosh, I wish I could tell you, but they were high grade. I know that.
Black, white, or green?
It was green. But you can get really expensive, technology. You can price them quite high if you're willing to.
I got to look through some I think it was Gen 3 night vision. They were like the black and white looking. It wasn't the green. And I just was amazed at how many stars were up there that you can't see with the naked eye. There's just stars up there.
Yeah, you use those things at around 2, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. You'll probably see stuff.
Oh yeah.
Certainly during UFO, high areas of high UFO activity, there seems to be a drop right now, according to some sources. But I don't know. But that's absolutely all kinds of stuff going on up there that is not satellites. And when you think about how many satellites are up there and the technology that we have, and the Hubble telescope and the newly launched the Webb telescope, our government knows fully 100% that there are extraterrestrials, and any statement contrary to that is a complete lie. They know. They've known for a very long time, and there's no way they could not know, given the technology that they are putting out there in space, or even on the ground here. I mean, how many telescopes do we have trained at the moon, at the sky, at all times? There's a long list of astronomers who have seen UFOs, by the way, a long, long list. You're much more likely to see a UFO if you're an astronomer. And they're very good observers. They're trained to recognize these sort of things. And many, many of them have seen UFOs.
Oh, man. Do you think they've just lied to us along, Preston? They just don't want to save face and just and admit it?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. They painted themselves into a corner, and it's really hard, after you've lied for so long to say, oh, guess what? I'm not lying now, which is exactly what they did with this congressional hearings.
Were you disappointed, Preston, or did you just expect it, the results of
I was really hoping they'd go a little bit farther. I wanted to see some good footage. I know they have footage of the Eisenhower meeting. I know they have the footage of the UFO landing at Edwards Air Force Base from, Gordon Cooper saw the footage. They have it. Show it to us. They have gun camera footage that is out of this world. We have enough people who are pilots who took that footage that we know. And what did they show us? This tiny little white dot that they could barely stop frame on. I was so disappointed. The only good thing in my mind that came out of these congressional hearings was that it caused an explosion of public interest in the subject. And people are really asking questions now. So, they have dug themselves into a hole. And I'm very sorry. Yeah, it's their own darn fault. You've dug your own grave. You've only got yourself to blame. Everyone who tells lies pays for it in the end. So they're going to pay a really high price for this. Yep. And I think what we're going to see is complete, this could lead to a revolution.
Nobody will ever trust them again.
Yeah, which is why they're disclosing, because they have to. But they're never going to tell the complete truth. And until we see the Roswell craft in a museum, until we see the bodies, then that's the end game to me of disclosure. Anything less will not convince the jaded public, who's much more interested in celebrities and political sex scandals and, anything.
It's just like that. What was it? The Johnny Depp thing that was going on. What were they distracting us from while that was going on?
Yeah, front page news. I'm like, really? Is that really anybody's business?
Really?
I was thinking the same thing. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I understand how it's kind of interesting. There's a lot of celebrities coming out of the closet, by the way, as UFO witnesses. I did a whole video on that. I think it's up to 100 now. So I'm really encouraged that people are getting the courage to step forward. But I totally understand those who don't, because look at what happens to people. Their dirty laundry is aired, and it's just not fair. It's, I came to this field very naive and had no idea that, I was going to have to go on TV and that people would. I'm kind of a shy guy. I don't want people looking at me. Honestly, it's about the research. It's not about the person.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, but I think we're going to be looking at a new world soon. I think people are waking up.
I think you're right, Preston.
I think the day is coming when people won't have to, be anonymous. When I first got in this field, everyone would say, "Oh, please don't use my name. I could lose my job." I really can't go public right now. And people who have gone public have paid for it.
Absolutely.
But now most people will tell me, "Yeah, it's fine." And some people still have problems, particularly if you're, a politician. Dennis Kucinich went public, and that pretty much sealed his fate in terms of a presidential candidate. Not that he would have won anyway, but it didn't help. Frances Barwood, when she went public with the Phoenix Lights, she didn't even see them, and she was viciously ridiculed as a city councilwoman.
Wow.
Governor Fife Symington saw the Phoenix Lights and did not say until he was out of office. And I can't blame him. No, I really can't. But I'm hoping that at some point we don't have to worry about the ridicule factor.
And the
But
Men
we're not there yet.
in Black factor. That's the scary
Exactly.
factor.
But
Mhm.
it's really interesting to hear, Miley Cyrus and Demi Lovato and John Lennon, he went public, and lots of actors are going public, politicians as well. I mean, Jimmy Carter.
Dan Aykroyd was one.
Yeah. It was amazing that Jimmy Carter went public and still became governor and then president. But yeah, we're not quite there where we need to be. And if someone wants to remain anonymous, I 100% support them.
I do
And
too.
I tell you, I've been involved. There was a case on Catalina Island with 10 people, and 12 people. 2 of them are mega famous actors that you would recognize, who refused to talk to me and will not go public. But there, I talked to 4 of the witnesses involved, and I can totally understand why they don't want to go forward, public, and I absolutely 100% respect that. And Dolly Saffron, the lady I keep mentioning, has been on board UFOs when famous people were taken on board. And I'm like, who? Tell me. And she's like, no, I'm not going to tell you. But she did tell me one, which was Jimi Hendrix.
Wow, I was going to mention Jimi Hendrix just before you said that.
That is amazing.
Yeah, and
Explain
Jimi
his guitar
Hendrix,
skills.
yeah, he did go public with several UFO sightings, but had an experience in upstate New York, which he never talked about. But God, if I get his name, Curtis Knight, his bandmate, was there when their van was snowbound on a highway, and they were trapped, and it was getting colder and colder, and they were in trouble. And this is a very famous incident in the UFO literature. UFO lands right in front of the van, and ET comes out, it goes around the van, melts the snow, goes up to Jimmy, and they have a telepathic communication. Curtis Knight is sitting there watching this whole thing. And he says, Jimmy, what's going on? And Jimmy's like, shh, this is our special secret. Don't talk about it. But it's clear that Jimmy was a contactee. And Dolly was just a little girl when she saw him on board and knew he was famous, didn't quite realize who he was, but had seen him on TV.
Man.
And heard him playing guitar, talked to him, and came back to Earth. She's pretty much a very private person and doesn't pay a whole lot of attention to celebrity news. But found out Jimi Hendrix had died.
Oh man.
And found out who he was and just freaked out. She's like, oh my God, that is the guy I saw on board a craft. I saw him on board the craft.
Wow. That is amazing, man. That is awesome.
Yep. And I grilled her. I'm like, who else? Politicians? She's like, well yeah. I've seen a few. But to her credit, she did not, she's keeping
She's
that
sticking to her guns.
Yep.
She doesn't want any nasty messages in her mailbox, like the guy from the what was the sighting, David? In
the Stephenville, the Stephenville one.
Yeah, no threats.
Yeah, but fingers crossed. We're both hoping some of these people will go public.
Oh yeah, that is fantastic.
Yeah, it was funny that when they showed up for the Kardashians, I thought to myself, they do like actors, they do like musicians, they do like high-profile people, because it's a good opportunity for publicity, and they know when they can reach millions by appearing on the Kardashian show. Why not? Wow. And looking at the list of musicians and actors and sports stars, for that matter.
Oh wow.
Yeah, a bunch of them. After I put up this video, I was like, wow, a bunch more are still coming forth. I'm gonna have to redo it because it's becoming much more acceptable.
Didn't Sammy Hagar talk about having a download or something, some kind of an information download?
Yep, Sammy Hagar, Sting, I think had one. Moody Blues, a lot of them. Fran Drescher on the, she's an actress, said she had a full-on experience. Gosh, I'm forgetting some of the sports stars' names. I'm not a huge sports fan, but they're very high profile. Baker Mayfield, is that his name? I forget his name.
No.
But there's a bunch of them. Yeah. And people of all walks of society. I mean, we know. I've talked to homeless people, not kidding, who've seen UFOs, people who are very high profile in their jobs. I've talked to people who are, fairly high-ranking military officers. Going back to USOs, there was a guy who was on the Navy ship, the USS Long Beach, in 1971, I think it was, on the far side of Catalina Island. They had a USO show up. It was kind of right on the surface of the ocean there. But boy, the ship went on complete red alert, and he's calling the control room there to try and get information. They're like, we can't talk now. We're damn busy. Called him back later and said, we can't talk about this, and neither can you. But he did go public.
Wow.
Me at least.
Wow, that's amazing. My friend Bud that I keep mentioning, I was telling you about, he'd go down to the Bahamas all the time, and he flew planes. He was a pilot too, and he was telling me one time he was sitting on the beach in the Bahamas, and he said looking out across the ocean and the horizon. It was at night, and he said he could see this light on the horizon, and he said this light went from one side of the horizon to the other in just a matter of seconds. And he said there was no way that was an airplane or a ship on the water. He said there's no way.
And yeah, and you can track that in terms of mathematics as being in excess of 20,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, he would have been able to do that. He was very good at math, so he would have been able to figure that out.
Yeah, because shooting stars, meteorites are traveling somewhere between 40,000 miles per hour. So if you see something dart across the sky like that, you can bet it's moving somewhere near those speeds.
I saw one night with my buddies. We were coon hunting. It was about, I think it was probably about 1:30 in the morning, and we were sitting on the tailgate of a truck, and this thing comes streaking in, just like you said, like a shooting star. You know how the light, it looks like a line of light as it comes in, like a shooting star does. And this thing comes shooting in and stopped on a dime. And then it just got really bright, and it was a silvery blue light, like a whitish blue light, if that makes sense. And it had I want to say powered up, when it sit there and it powered up, it looked like the classic image of the Star of Bethlehem. That's what, with the pointy shafts of light, the top, the bottom, the sides, and then at different angles. And it sit there in the sky, and it kind of wobbled around, like it went kind of in like a little jerky motion, went around, and then it just shot back off. And I said, that wasn't a shooting star. A shooting star doesn't come in, stop, power up, twinkle in a little circle, and then shoot off. That was amazing. Yeah. That was an amazing experience.
Yeah, that makes you think, doesn't it?
It was one of those nights when it was crystal clear and it was cool out. It was probably in the maybe mid to late or 30s, like 35, 38 degrees, somewhere in there. You could see your breath. And man, it was fantastic. It was fantastic, man, to see that. And it sure left those guys in wonder and awe. And
yeah, I've seen UFOs probably a dozen times, and often they are not what we would call anomalous lights. A couple of times a craft, but man, oh man, each time you see it, it is, as amazing as the very first time. It's incredible every single time.
Preston, what are these square shaped craft that people are seeing? I had a doctor tell me they saw a square shaped craft in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, UFOs do come in different shapes. Let me just preface this with that.
That's some basic technology. If it's a square shape and it's hovering in the air like that.
I'm not so sure those are ET. To be perfectly honest,
agree with you there. I would agree with you.
UFOs come in 4 or 5 general. I'm speaking very generally here. Shapes. Saucer is by far the most common. I would say next to that is cigar shaped, spherical shaped, egg shaped, boomerang shaped, like manta ray, or sometimes really odd shapes. But those are the main shapes. And if you see something that's your classic triangle, yeah, there are, I think, some UFOs that are extraterrestrial, that are triangular. But I think what a lot of people are seeing are probably TR3Bs or something along those lines. Mm-hmm. Anything rectangular or square shaped, I'm very suspicious of. But on the other hand, some of these sightings date back decades, long before I'm pretty sure our military had these capabilities. And people have been, and this is a big area of UFO research. There's charts out there of all the shapes of UFOs, and it's mind blowing. There's a woodcut from the Middle Ages. I think it's Nuremberg. I think it's 1450 or something, 1560, around there. And there's some with cigar shapes and little windows in it, but there are some that are, your classic cross. And and this is a daylight sighting. The sun is right there in the middle. So this is not a nighttime sighting of a meteor shower, right?
In that woodcut relief thing you're talking about, there's this one shape in there, and it's a black craft, and it's I'm gonna say craft because it's in the air, but it almost looks like an arrow, like an arrow tip point.
Yeah.
Shape. But the back of it kind of dips down in the back and then kind of square towards the back maybe. And I know this is going to sound unbelievable, but I saw it was that same exact shape up in the sky, and it was during a cloud, like a cumulus nimbus, when the cloud starts to raise and it's going to cause like a thunderstorm or whatever. This thing was up on the top. This was like right at the top, and it was setting at an angle, and it was exact shape of that, but it was white instead of black.
Oh, wow.
But it was at very high altitude. It was way above that cumulus nimbus cloud system. And I was driving. We were driving through the country. I was driving with somebody, and I was like, "Hey," I said, "Do you see that up there?" And they're like, "Yeah, they saw it," but they were just acting like it wasn't no big deal. But I was like, "Man," I said, "I've seen that thing in a woodcut from Germany." But it was that would have been in northern Indiana is where I saw that at. But it was way up there, but it still looked like it was huge.
Yep, there's cylindrical shapes. I mean, there's a lot of shapes.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's important to keep in mind, and this is one way to really tell whether this is a genuine UFO, is if it changes shape. Mm-hmm. There's a case, I forget where it took place, but I certainly remember it, where it's a little orb, a tiny little orb drops down over this field, and it expands into a full-size saucer.
Oh, wow.
And there's more than one case like that, and cases where people see what looks like a saucer, and it can change its angle and look like a cigar shape. So sometimes it's perspective, mm-hmm. but there's sometimes where they expand in size or divide into 2 objects or more, for that matter. And I've talked to people who've been taken on board, and I always ask them, well, how big? How big was the room you were in? And one guy, Kevin Kamen, a Navy medic, kind of gives me this look like, I don't know if he's going to believe me. And I'm like, no, go ahead, tell me. And he says, well, I don't know how to tell you this. It was about, 30, 40 feet across when I first got on board. And then I asked them where they're from. And he says the room doubled in size. It grew. Wow. And then they showed a hologram of a star field. And you could see Earth and the solar system in tiny, real tiny, in one corner, and off this huge star field. And way, way, way off in the distance was this little red light blinking. And they said, that's us.
Oh,
and
wow.
they gave him a name, which he couldn't pronounce. I asked him to say it anyway, and he just gave me a nonsense word. He said, "Sorry, I don't remember what they said." It was all consonants, all L's and W's and T's and X's. But he said the room actually expanded in size. And there are many cases where people are looking at a UFO and boom, it disappears. And then it reappears, then it disappears. Or it will transmogrify from triangular shape to round to different shapes. They have this technology to do this. And just one end note to this, which is so cool. When I read this, Leonard Stringfield, an Ohio-based researcher, became the specialist on UFO crash retrieval accounts and interviewed a guy from Camp Pendleton here in Southern California who was taken out to photograph a UFO and went into a warehouse. There was this 20-foot long craft, 20, 30 feet. And it was his job as a professional photographer to photograph it. And so he did, all angles, and then said, "Okay, we want you to go inside and photograph it." And he went inside and his mouth drops because it's 20 feet across on the outside. And inside, he says it was so big, you could not throw a rock across it. It was bigger than a gymnasium.
Wow.
And thinking there was something going on here, he immediately went back outside and verified that, this wasn't, a doorway outside or something. No, it was much bigger on the inside than it was on the outside. Very Doctor Who-like.
That's hard to wrap, that's hard for us living in, structures that are the same size to grasp and wrap our mind around. But I dreamed about being on board, I guess it was a dream about being on board a ship like what you're saying. And the thing that came down and I got in, it looked like it was maybe the size of a, I don't know, I'm going to say maybe like, it wasn't very big at all, maybe a small car. But when the door opened up, it had this, it was like a gray, gunmetal gray metallic looking door. And it opened up and the door looked like it was maybe, I'm going to say 4 foot thick. It was real thick. And then when the door opened up and I walked inside, it was like it opened up into a big, it almost looked like laboratory looking thing where there was people walking around almost like with, you could see science, like beakers and different, I don't know, just like science equipment, like you would chemistry equipment, if that makes sense. You'd see like chemistry type equipment, but then there was, I could see people, it looked like in lab coats in the back working. It was weird. But then as I turned to look to my right, there's like a cockpit type console, and there's a being sitting behind it that doesn't look human. And he had like a greenish gray skin, and his lips were like an orangish color, and he had this almost like a nappy looking hair, but it was like a grayish color. And the nose was weird because the nose, it was almost like just like a, I don't know if you ever seen like a skull, like the way the nose kind of, it looks more like a pyramid shape. It kind of come down, and then he had 2 little slits where the nostrils would be. But other than that, his face looked pretty much normal besides the nose. And I communicated with him telepathically, and I said, if you guys fly near Japan, you need to be careful because of Fukushima. And I was warning them of the radiation in Fukushima. They probably already knew it, but I was giving them a warning. So,
yeah, well, there's UFO sightings over Fukushima, by the way. Some reports of that. Yeah, it's funny. People almost universally report humanoids, people that look very much like us and are probably sharing genetics to a certain degree. But yeah, there was another case, Carl Higdon, a hunter, oil field worker and hunter from Rawlins, Wyoming, who shot at an elk. The bullet drops down, stops in midair and drops down. He sees there's an ET standing next to him, pulls him on board this craft, which he said was somewhat like rectangular shaped, actually, with rounded corners, but not big. He says maybe 10, 20 feet, 10 by 20. goes inside, and it's huge inside. There's elk there being held in glass containers.
Oh, wow.
And they gave him all these messages, took him to their planet, he says, and healed. Well, he didn't realize it at the time, but healed him of kidney stones and
wow.
tuberculosis scars on his lungs. But at any rate, he falls unconscious at some point, wakes up, and his truck is out in the middle of a field. There's no tracks anywhere near it.
Oh, wow.
And there was a bunch of people in the area who saw UFOs right where he was. And he didn't remember a lot of this until it started to come back to him, and he later went under hypnosis, recalled this whole scenario. But it's a great case with hard physical evidence. He had the bullet. You can actually see pictures of it.
Oh, wow.
It's completely flattened, and it's a very famous classic case. A book just came out about it not too recently from his daughter, because he never really spoke a lot about it publicly. But man, it's an interesting case.
Was that the one with the alien is they called him Osso 1, and he had like a drill bit looking thing on his hand?
Yep, that's the one.
Osso 1.
Yeah,
I thought that was kind of a wild name, Osso 1, Osseo 1 or something like that.
Yeah, that's another thing I'm starting to look into. It's funny you keep bringing stuff up like that. I'm looking into ET names because it's fascinating. Because I've got a bunch, some cases. Dolly has gotten some names for me.
Oh, cool.
And so was another witness. And I started looking into it because there was a case in Texas where this guy who's not happy with his encounters, it's quite traumatic for him. But he was healed, by the way, of kidney stones, as it turns out. At any rate, he's taken on board. There's this gray, a female, and she says, "My name is Nelda, Nelda." She says, "I'm the highest ranking female on this ship. I am the commander." Which I thought was really interesting. She's like, "Aren't you happy? We finished our work with you." He says, "No, I'm mad as hell." And she seems surprised. And she says, "Well, what's mad? What's hell?" She had no idea. And so he explained that all to her. And she's like, "Oh, yeah, well, we're sorry. We don't fully understand human emotions, but we're learning. And we really want to thank you for being a part of this project. And we didn't mean to scare you or harm you," and so forth.
Nelda is her name.
Yeah, Nelda.
Nelda. That's a neat name, really.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And so and Betty Andreasen, a very well-known contactee from Ashburnham, Massachusetts. God bless her, she just passed away. Had a main contact, a gray alien whose name was Quasga.
Huh.
Which I thought was kind of a cool science fiction
Yeah,
name.
it is.
Quasga, he told her once, "Love is the answer for humankind." So that was coming directly from a gray ET. Grays get a lot of bad rap.
Yeah, especially the abduction for the exchange program for the weaponry.
Yeah, which isn't true. That's, I think,
Yes.
I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. I think it's disinfo. I can't prove it one way or another, but yeah.
I'm glad you said that.
His name was Quasga Bill Hamilton, a researcher. If you research this stuff, it increases your chances of having contact.
Oh, wow.
And I can tell you that personally because I never had anything going on until that I can specifically point to. There's some clues, I should say, but when I started investigating this stuff, it didn't take long. I started having sightings, and now I'm like full on.
They know, Preston. They know that you're researching them. They know.
I'm having dreams. I'm on board. I mean, I'll just say it.
That's okay.
And I haven't fully come out as quote contactee, but I think so, probably.
Yeah.
But anyway, Bill Hamilton is a well-known researcher. He's written a number of books. He's pretty much retired at this point. But he had an experience with a gray, was taken on board, whole deal. And the gray's like, "My name is Quaylar." Quaylor. Quaylar. And another lady was contacted by a gray. He's like, "My name is Quai." So they seem to like those Q names.
That's cool.
which is interesting. But I tell you, one lady in Carpinteria, California, had an encounter with a gray, and she's like, "What's your name?" And he says, "You can call me Kevin." I think he may have made that up, but I don't know.
That's cool, Kevin.
Who knows?
That's
Yeah, that made me laugh. So
yeah, an alien named Kevin. Here's my cousin Fred.
yeah,
Oh,
that
that's
was the
funny.
title of the chapter. I called it "An Alien Named Kevin."
That is cool, man. That's cool.
It was
Awesome.
funny. But yeah, they have names. They're like us. They're more like us than they are different. We call them aliens, but our, diversity here on Earth is very extreme. From how tall we are, to how short, to how fat and skinny, to our skin color, to our hair, to the shape of our face. I mean, you can go on and on. And I think some grays look more human than, perhaps the average human. If
Yeah,
you know what I mean. What I'm trying to say is we're pretty much the diversity is right along the same sort of bell curve there. Some have hairs, they have eyes, they have nose, mouth. They're not that far removed from us, all these ETs. And some look just like us. Really good looking, people say.
like the area, what do they call them? The Nordics.
Yeah, which is a misnomer because, that's saying, oh, they're all white skinned. Someone called me racist once because I'm like, I was talking about, human looking ETs. And I didn't even use the term Nordic. And I got really offended because I'm like, listen, here's a case that will show that this is not true. Here's a Native American guy interviewed, Stan Hughes, had a UFO land right in front of him and out walked this guy. He said he looked Arab to him, looked Middle Eastern, very dark hair, dark eyes, dark skin, but was the most handsome man he's ever seen. Kept going on about that. And he's like, listen, I'm straight. Well, I have a wife and kids, just so you know. But this man was good looking. Which is funny because, I've had other witnesses kind of go on about how genetically pure these people look. Another guy told me he had a humanoid encounter, and these people he described them as Mesoamerican, meaning, very much like perhaps Brazilian or Peruvian, or Venezuelan, Mexican, along those lines. 5 feet tall, short dark hair, dark eyes, dark skin, not black, but they come in all colors. There are accounts of all races of ETs. Asian looking, Latin, Arab, or Middle Eastern, I should say, Caucasian. Races, a lie. We are all one race. We are not different races. We're not different races at all. We're different ancestries. And that's a wonderful, beautiful thing. But we're not different races.
Right.
We're all one race on Earth.
One. And that's probably the secret they don't want out there either, is that we're all one. The Indians say that we're all one.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what the ETs, it's a number one message from the ETs. You are us, we are you, we are one. I say that to many of them.
At the end of the day, we're all consciousness. We don't even really know what we really look like, our spirit or consciousness looks like. We just know what our physical appearance looks like. I think that's interesting.
Exactly. We're projecting down here into a physical body, which we indwell with our spirit.
Yes.
And our spirit moves on, and it's composed of light, I guess would be the best way to put it.
So we could almost be, if we didn't have sunlight, nothing would grow here on Earth. So I've often thought maybe we're just compressed light. We're made of light, Yeah,
well, that's exactly what the quantum physicists say. Matter is largely an illusion. It's crystallized energy. It's energy that has been stepped down into a solid state. But on a quantum level, it's just, protons and neutrons and electrons, and that this is the secret to how ETs can permeate solid space and pull people through walls and levitate and so forth, because matter is energy. I mean,
Wow.
Einstein proved that with mathematics. E equals mc squared.
Yes.
Energy equals mass times the speed of light.
Wow.
So yeah, matter is a product of the physical plane, and we feel it. I mean, you sure feel it when you bump your head, let me tell you.
Absolutely.
But ultimately, yeah, we are energetic beings, I think.
I had a doctor share an encounter with me. You was talking about bumping your head. She was when she was a little girl. She said she was sleeping in her room, and she woke up and she saw this blue ball of light came down the hallway, went into her mom and dad's room, and then came into her room, and then she blacked out. And when she woke up, she said she was beating her head against the wall, and her dad was holding her. And she said that she kind of remembered going through the wall like she had been abducted, type deal. But she said that was real. She said when she saw the light, it scared her because she thought somebody had broke in the house and was going through the bedrooms and going through the house. Have you heard any accounts of people encountering orbs like that?
Oh yeah, that's fairly common. That's one of the standard questions I ask if I think a person is having contact. There's a whole list of them. Do you lock your doors at night? Are you fearing intruders? Do you have UFO dreams? Have you had missing time? Do you have marks on your body? Do you have light sensitivity? I mean, there's a whole list of them. And one of them is, have you seen orbs in your house? And that's absolutely something that regularly occurs to contactees. And I think in many cases, these are ETs, bodily coming down in that form, or sometimes UFO, what we would consider probes, little detection devices that are sort of precursors to a larger encounter or a more extensive encounter.
That makes sense. Well, Preston, we're at the 4-hour mark here, buddy, and I'm sure you're probably getting tired. But, I appreciate you coming on the show, and it's an honor, man. Every time you come on, I just love it, man. And we'll have to put together having you and Dolly come on the show. Will you come onto the show with her when she comes on, or will that be good?
Yeah, I would love that, and I know she really enjoys that because she just came out as a contactee really in May when the book came out, and agreed to go on some shows.
Awesome.
But she definitely likes it when I'm there to back her up.
Awesome. I think it'd be a wonderful experience.
And I know she's excited. She listened to the show we did previously, and she was like, "Wow, he's for real, Preston. What he's saying, he knows. He's got some stuff going on."
I can't wait to talk to her. That's going to be exciting.
Yeah, I told her about the show. I'm not sure she was able to find it, but I hope she did.
Preston, I think it's amazing that all the people that's came forward to you with their encounters, and I think that just by you getting to talk to them, it's very therapeutic, and it's helping out people just to be able to have somebody to talk to about this type of thing. And I think that's an awesome thing that you're doing.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. I feel like that's my purpose, and I have to tell you, most of the people I talk to, I don't get to write about. I'm just there to help out. They don't want their story told, and I fully respect that.
That's awesome, man. It's really awesome.
I'm happy to help, and it's a real honor.
What I like is I like keeping the people anonymous and protecting their identity. I like that. I like that you do that. I really appreciate that.
It's important because, how do you expect them to come forward if you're not willing to respect their wishes for anonymity?
Absolutely. There's enough going on to cause enough trouble.
Yeah, but it's always awesome when I'm like, "Can I use your name?" And they're like, "Sure." I'm like,
cool.
Yay.
That is cool, man.
I've had it go both ways. One lady's like, fine. And I'm like, "The book's about to come out. Anything you want to add?" She's like, "Yeah, don't want to use my name." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Oh, man.
And like Dolly, she when I first published her as a chapter in another book, and the book was going to press, I called her. I'm like, "It's ready." And, you know, anything you want to add? And she's like, well, you can use my name. I'm like,
Awesome.
you sure? Are you sure? Because I really want people to understand that there could be some kickback. I actually haven't had not a one problem with people, you know, getting any real kickback from it.
Good deal.
But yep, times are changing. It's awesome.
Yes, sir. Well, Preston, I'm gonna cut out of here, and we'll get in contact with you, and we'll set up another show. How would that be, buddy?
Fantastic. I really
Awesome.
appreciate it.
Hey, God bless you, Preston, and have a good one.
You too. Yeah, thanks again. I really enjoyed talking with you. I always do, and I look forward to doing it again. Yeah.
Me too. Absolutely. You're a true blessing, Preston. Thank you very much.
Oh, shucks. Thanks.
Have a good one, buddy.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Quick shout out before we take off here. I'd like to say to our my comrade here, Fort Worth Phantom. Yesterday was his birthday, and I want to wish him a very happy birthday. He's a good guy, and he does a very good job, and we really appreciate everything that he does here. And in leaving, I would like to say, keep the tomahawk of truth sharpened, truth seekers, and stay aware, stay prepared, and faith over fear. Good night, everybody.